Mr. Speaker. Oh. I forgot. O God, may your spirit and guidance be in us as we work for the benefit of all our people, for peace and justice in our land, and for the constant recognition of the dignity and aspirations of those whom we serve. Amen.
Thank you, colleagues. I would like to take this opportunity to pass on my condolences to the family of the late Chief Johnny Kay of Fort McPherson. Johnny served his people well during his tenure. His leadership skills were noticed throughout the Mackenzie Delta and into the Yukon where his family originated. Aside from his serious side of being chief and other management roles, Johnny also had a way of making you feel comfortable. And there was never a conversation without laughter involved. Johnny led many hunting trips. He taught many young boys the traditional way of life, of living. His culture was important to him, and he held on to his language and spoke it as much as he could. The Gwich'in Nation has lost yet another powerful leader. May we all take what he has taught us and continue to support one another. Thank you. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister of Lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Strategic Oil and Gas Limited, or Strategic, filed for credit protection under the Company's Creditor Arrangement Act in April 2019. Strategic operates the Cameron Hills Northwest Territories project, which includes winter access roads, well site, oil and gas gathering system, a small pipeline, an oil and gas battery, a permanent camp, and various incidental activities such as borrow pits, permanent bridges, and sump sites. The Government of Northwest Territories has been monitoring and intervening in the ongoing court process to help ensure Northwest Territories' interests are represented. A receiver has been appointed by the court to oversee the Northwest Territories asset of Strategic. The receiver, Alvarez and Marshall, is to take temporary custody of strategic assets in the Northwest Territories, address regulatory obligations, and attempt to sell the NWT assets, if possible. The process of any sale will be used to cover regulatory obligations and pay company creditors. In the Northwest Territories, the immediate regulatory obligations are to repair, suspend a leaking well, and suspend 2 other wells by April 1st, 2020. There is currently enough money through existing securities to do this work and bring the site into compliance. Until the receivership process has been completed, it is impossible to say what the final cost to remediating the site might be, or who would be responsible for covering them. Strategic project was approved in 2010 before devolution. At the time it was transferred to the GNWT, Strategic site was in operation and its permits were in order. The Government of Northwest Territories had a reasonable expectation that it would continue to its operations until it was wound down according to regulatory requirements. While it is too early to predict the outcome of the ongoing receivership process, the Government of Northwest Territories is committed to protecting the Northwest Territories' land and environment and ensuring an appropriate remediation is carried out on strategic sites in the Northwest Territories. Our government's work to strengthen and improve the NWT regulatory framework continues, including ongoing work on how we calculate the amount of securities we recommend to the regulatory boards. The Government of Northwest Territories is committed to manage development responsibly and protect the Northwest Territories' land and environment through careful regulations of future projects and take an appropriate responsibility for the consequence of past projects when necessary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Mr. Speaker, no one in the Northwest Territories, especially our children and youth, should ever have to endure bullying. Our schools and communities must be safe spaces for all students, and the responsibility to ensure this happens is one we all share. I'm pleased to announce today, on Pink Shirt Day, the formal release of the guidelines for ensuring LGBTQ2S+ equity, safety, and inclusion in Northwest Territories schools. In 2007, Nova Scotia teenagers David Shepard and Travis Price organized a protest after a male grade 9 student in their school was harassed for wearing a pink shirt. The next morning, these two youth brought pink shirts to hand out to all of the male students. Their school was full of pink shirts that day. 13 years later, Pink Shirt Day has become a global call to action as schools and workplaces around the world are flooded with pink in solidarity against bullying. The national theme for 2020 is Lift Each Other Up, and I am happy to see so much pink around the House today as we stand together on Pink Shirt Day. Across the Northwest Territories, we have worked with our education and community partners to combat bullying. As I'm sure all members of this House are aware, lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, queer, questioning, and two-spirited youth experience greater discrimination compared to their heterosexual and cisgender peers. They have higher instances of mental health issues, substance abuse, lack of school attendance, violence, and suicide. The Department of Education, Culture and Employment is aware of the unique challenges that LGBTQ2S+ students face in school, at home, and in their community. Research shows that having strong anti-bullying policies and guidelines results in lower levels of bullying, greater school safety, and less social aggression. As well, students in schools that run Genders and Sexualities Alliances, or GSAs, are at a lower threat for risky behaviors like alcohol and substance abuse. They also report increased psychological well-being and functioning. Mr. Speaker, the Department is committed to supporting diversity among school staff, students, and families. As part of education renewal and innovation, the guidelines for ensuring LGBTQ2S+ equity, safety, and inclusion align with the Safe School Regulations, the Territorial Schools Code of Conduct, the Northwest Territories Human Rights Act, and the Government of the Northwest Territories Harassment-Free and Respectful Workplace Policy. There are 13 promising practices that can be integrated into any school. These practices are evidence-based, tangible calls to action through collaboration with the Rainbow Coalition of Yellowknife, Foxy, and SMASH, and with feedback from our education partners. Some of the most valuable insight in the guidelines came from youth who attended the first Rainbow Youth Conference in 2017. LGBTQ2S+ and ally students across the North developed music, visual art, spoken word poetry, and videos featuring messages of inclusion and support. The students shared their ideas on what needs to happen to ensure their schools are respectful, caring, and safe for everyone. We will be hosting the second Rainbow Youth Conference this spring and sharing the new guidelines with students. Community and territorial leaders will also have the opportunity to hear their stories at the lunch with the leaders. I hope you all attend. I truly hope the students see themselves in the work and know that their input has helped break down barriers to understanding. Mr. Speaker, the Northwest Territories schools should be safe and caring environments for the entire school community. With the release of the guidelines, the continued education and wellness partnerships, and most of all, the individuals and groups paving the way for inclusion and equity, I believe our schools can be the places of change where we respect each other's differences and recognize our similarities. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to advise members that I'll be absent from the House for a portion of today's proceedings to attend a Council of Federation teleconference call. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, making strategic infrastructure investments that connect communities, expand the economy, and reduce the cost of living is a priority of this government. Infrastructure projects bring skills, training, and economic opportunities to our communities and their residents. Infrastructure plays an important role in the longevity and health of the people of the Northwest Territories. Mr. Speaker, during the last Assembly, the government completed work on the Inuvik to Tuktoyaktuk Highway, with the grand opening occurring just 2 years ago. This award-winning project has had a huge impact on the region, helping to connect communities and increase the tourism potential of the Beaufort Delta. This past September, construction began on another new highway project, the Clecho All-Season Road, and today I am happy to provide members with an update. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report that work on the Clecho All-Season Road is both ahead of schedule and on budget. As of December, embankment construction had been completed for the first 36 kilometres, along with a number of culverts and drainage ditches. The project is scheduled for substantial completion by November 2021 and final completion in the fall of 2022. When the Clecho All-Season Road opens, this 2-lane gravel highway will cover a distance of 97 kilometres and provide year-round access from Highway Number 3 to Wati. This project will help to connect communities, support employment and training opportunities, increase our territory's resiliency to climate change, and create new social and economic opportunities. Already, we are seeing the benefits this project is having for our residents and communities. By December of 2019, close to 6,000 hours of cumulative training had already taken place through the Clecho Resident Training Program. This includes training in job readiness, heavy equipment operation, camp cooking, and first aid. As well, as of December 2019, 137 workers were working on site. Nearly half of these workers are Northwest Territories residents, including 35% who are Clecho citizens. Approximately 40% of business contracts for this project have also gone to northern businesses. Mr. Speaker, the Government of the Northwest Territories is working closely with the Clecho government on this project. The Clecho government is an equity partner in North Star Infrastructure, with whom the GNWT has a public-private partnership, or P3, project agreement to design, build, finance, operate, and maintain the road. As demonstrated through projects such as the Mackenzie Valley Fibre Link, P3s can be a successful way to advance major projects while achieving the best value for the money for the government and taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report that in November, the Clecho All-Season Road was one of 5 projects to be recognized by the prestigious Canadian Council for Public-Private Partnerships. As one of the first P3s in North America with an Indigenous government holding a cash-funded equity stake, the project won gold in the National Awards for Innovation and Excellence in Public-Private Partnerships. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate our P3 partners, both the Clecho Government and Kiewit Canada Development Company, on this significant achievement. Mr. Speaker, investing in public infrastructure is a core responsibility of government that benefits our residents and supports economic development across the territory. In the long term, the Clecho All-Season Road is expected to reduce the cost of living for the region and support new social opportunities while helping to attract additional interest from industry in the exploration and development of natural resources in the area. This highway continues to be a priority for the Government of the Northwest Territories and the Clecho. I will continue to provide updates as we progress through the project timelines and look forward to the day when our residents can drive to and from Wati all year round, not just during the winter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, today I'm pleased to share information on the NWT Association of Communities' upcoming annual general meeting and the specific training and networking opportunity for chiefs and mayors. The NWT Association of Communities represents all 33 of the NWT's incorporated communities. Together, they are an effective voice for community governments. The NWT-AC promotes the exchange of information amongst community governments, working together to reach collective goals. The NWT Association of Communities will host their 2020 annual general meeting in Inuvik from February 27th until the 29th. Mr. Speaker, this is a time of complex change in the world, especially with the effects of climate change that we are experiencing in the north. Apparently, a theme for the AGM this year is managing change. Mr. Doug Griffiths has been invited as a keynote speaker and will share his knowledge and experience in helping communities identifying challenges and developing solutions to become successful during this time of change. This year, there will be an interactive session focused on healthy communities and social development of health, sponsored by the Department of Health and Social Services. The collaborative opportunity will be followed by a healthy living fair. I'm excited to note that the formal AGM will wrap up with discussions with the Cabinet. The session has historically been very popular with community representatives, and I'm pleased to share Cabinet will be in attendance. In addition, leading up to the AGM, MACA and the NWTAC and collaborating to offer mayors and chiefs the opportunity to attend the second annual Mayor and Chiefs Boot Camp on the 25th and 26th of February, and training for elected officials on the 27th, prior to the start of the AGM later in the afternoon. This year's boot camp is about building relationships to help navigate the everyday challenges of governance. The focus of the elected officials training is in the process of being finalized, but topics being considered include addressing the media, fraud prevention, and forensic audits, and the importance of these actions. On behalf of the GWT, I wish the NWT Association of Communities well with their upcoming AGM and training opportunities. I look forward to being a part of the discussions and hearing from the communities to better understand their priorities and concerns. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Member statements. Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to discuss the housing and homelessness in my community. Since elected, I have many discussions with residents in regards to a Nuvik Housing Authority wait lists and policies, concerns of lack of beds at the homeless shelter, people that are having to stay in the wet shelter who don't have any addiction issues because of nowhere else to go, and people who are just going from couch to couch. I have been asked why there are vacant units not being filled. I have seen these units in my community. The most recent update I received is that we are currently sitting with 97 people, families on this wait list. Some of my constituents who have been waiting for years. I'd like to highlight one of our priorities for this 19th Assembly, which talks about increasing the number of affordable homes and reduce core housing need. And then I'd like to highlight some of our 19th Assembly priorities in the area of increased student education outcomes to the same level as the rest of Canada, improve early childhood development indicators for all children initiative, and create a polytechnic university. Housing is just one basic need, Mr. Speaker, to survive, next to food and clothing. If we look at Maslow's hierarchy of needs, housing is at the bottom, and we need to meet those needs at the bottom to move up. At the top of the pyramid, it is self-actualization, which is a desire to become the most that one can be. It's no wonder that we have the issues we have with our education, graduation rates, child and family services, addictions, mental health crisis in youth and adults. If a person cannot even access basic need to survive, how do we expect them to succeed in any of these priorities? Anything we as a government can do to get people into homes, we need to do. We need to take risks, as our finance minister stated yesterday. We need to take risks on adding homes to our public housing allotment. With this thinking, we will begin to meet their basic needs so they will be successful in transition out of public housing before the date that our Premier continuously reminds us of 2038, when we will no longer have CMHC funding for operation costs of funding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Haverhill South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, Northern Transportation Company Limited filed for bankruptcy. Subsequently, this government purchased the assets of NTCL for $7.5 million. The justification for the purchase was the need for reliable and dependable barging services for our remote NWT communities, and to address the high cost of living, which we know is a significant problem for residents of small communities. Mr. Speaker, at the time, the GNWT stated it would be reaching out to private sector partners to come up with a made-in-the-North marine transportation service solution for our residents. To this end, the government retained the services of offshore recruiting services, also referred to as ORSI. a recruiting firm from the east coast of Canada. Their company website states that it specializes in the provision of skilled and certified marine, drilling, subsea construction, and catering personnel. My understanding is that MTS, subsequent to NTCL's bankruptcy, identified and recruited former NTCL managers to oversee its operations. In addition to these managers, the GNWT has provided various supports to the Department of Infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, ORCE is currently supplying MTS with not only marine personnel, but also terminal crews that include management, supervisors, general labor, lead hands, mechanics, welders, machinists, electricians, office administration staff, maintenance, and others. Mr. Speaker, my concern is whether or not the current structure is working in the best interest of this government. Some of the management is directly employed by ORCE, and it is this management that dictates hours of work, purchase of services, and purchases of material. ORCE, I am assuming, is compensated based on a cost-plus basis, which raises red flags. I am looking to the Department of Infrastructure to ensure that the cost of work being undertaken by MTS is monitored for fiscal responsibility and fairness. The costing of MTS work versus work for third parties is being allocated appropriately, that we are doing everything we can to employ and train Northerners, and that we are treating our Northern contractors and businesses fairly. Mr. Speaker, for what was to be a Made in the North solution, we appear to have failed once again. I'm not sure why we enjoy sending our limited financial resources to Southern companies, but we do, and I'm looking to this government to put a stop to it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was delighted to learn this month that the Department of Health and Social Services has started work on an alcohol strategy. Alcohol abuse is a problem that touches all our lives, often with tragic consequences. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to summarize Harold Johnson's story of tackling the harm alcohol is doing to his First Nation. Mr. Johnson is Cree from Montreal Lake in Saskatchewan. He is a Harvard-educated lawyer who still works on his family's trapline. He has seen firsthand that alcohol is responsible for the vast majority of injuries and deaths in his community. In his book, titled Firewater, How Alcohol is Killing My People and Yours, he asks, given all we know about alcohol, its harm to the health of our bodies, our families, our communities, why aren't we doing more? Why aren't we doing something about it? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Johnson reviews a variety of models for dealing with alcohol abuse before coming to some important conclusions. First, he calls the courts alcohol aftermath administrators. They can't solve alcohol abuse because it's not a legal problem. Second, he notes that outside treatment centres have roughly a 6% success rate. He says, and I quote, "Somehow we have to turn our communities into treatment centres so that the whole community becomes involved in finding healthy alternatives," end quote. Third, he says banning alcohol doesn't work because bootleggers control the supply and police efforts to curb them are largely unsuccessful. Mr. Speaker, his final point is his most important. He believes that we make change by setting an example as sober leaders. He says, quote, "If leadership behaves responsibly, is not involved in scandal, works diligently for the betterment of the people, and creates a story of dignity and morals, then people will see that and participate in the story," end quote. Mr. Johnson and others have started work, or did start work 4 years ago, on a community alcohol management plan. Local leadership decided on actions included enhanced support for treatment and hosting more alcohol-free events. Early indicators are that emergency room visits and impaired driving rates have both dropped. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. The member is seeking unanimous consent to conclude your statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, an alcohol strategy is not a magic bullet, but sober leaders working with community agencies have made a positive start on alcohol harm reduction in northern Saskatchewan, and we can too. I will have questions for the Minister of Health and Social Services. Massey.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. It was great to get the Minister of Lands minister's statement earlier today, but today I'm issuing a real red alert as our government is poised to assume tens of millions of dollars in environmental liabilities associated with the Cameron Hills sour gas field. I've made a number of very critical statements in this House and asked a lot of tough questions on just how our government allowed this series of unfortunate events to unfold. How did our GNWT assume responsibility for the Cameron Hills gas field under devolution without an approved closure plan and without adequate financial security, and yet never formally requested a revision in financial security or used other tools at its disposal to prevent this disaster? Here's the latest developments, Mr. Speaker. The Mackenzie Valley Land and Water Board gave conditional approval to the fourth version of a closure and reclamation plan for Cameron Hills on January 16, 2020. Further changes are to be submitted by March the 19th, 2020. Strategic Oil and Gas had committed to provide an updated financial security estimate by June 30th, 2020. The changes and updated financial security estimate will likely never happen, as an Alberta court granted an order on January 28, 2020 to appoint Alvarez and Marcel Canada Incorporated as the receiver of all strategic oil and gas so-called assets in the NWT. Basically, this means all efforts to sell or restructure the company have failed, and what is left is to be sold in an attempt to settle some of the debts incurred. On the same date, the Executive Director of the Office of the Regulator of Oil and Gas Operations filed an affidavit with the Alberta Court stating that at least 3 wells owned by Strategic in the Cameron Hills field are currently in an unsafe state, with one of these wells leaking sour gas, which is toxic to humans and poses a risk to flora and fauna in the area. I will again have questions for the Minister of Lands on how we got ourselves in this mess of red ink, whereby taxpayers of the Northwest Territories are on the hook for tens of millions of dollars of environmental liabilities, and what is being done about it. Massey, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Detroit.
Massey, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize the current minor hockey program in Fort Providence after being inactive for quite a number of years. It had its humble beginnings back in 2012 when the local hockey coach, Edward Landry, and the manager of the Northern store, Tim Craig, decided to start up the minor hockey program. They began with 3 to 4 players, and eventually more kids wanted to join, but there was a lack of hockey equipment to outfit them. With the assistance of the Canadian Tire program Jumpstart, the minor hockey program received 20 bags of hockey equipment. This led to more kids wanting to play hockey. They attended their first hockey tournament in 2017 at Fort Smith. This was in the initiation division. After more fundraising and finding sponsors, they were able to purchase their first set of hockey jerseys with the team name and logo, Fort Providence Ice Ducks. The jerseys are a nice color of orange. The team eventually attended tournaments in Hay River, Fort Smith, and Yellowknife. The kids attended hockey camps and other development camps such as the Reggie Leach Shoot to Score hockey camps held in Fort Smith and Hay River. Just recently, as this past weekend, the team entered the Adam tournament in Hay River. I was there to watch the tournament, and you could see the huge smiles on the faces of the kids. They belong to a sports team, and the camaraderie with kids their own age is an experience they will have for quite some time. Team coach Edward Landry, along with his wife Bertha, and the kids' parents are making this a worthwhile experience for the kids in Fort Providence and deserve the recognition and praise from the community. Massey, Mr. Speaker.
Thank Thank you, Member for Detroit. Member Statements. Member Statements. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I would like to begin my member's statement by quoting from our consensus guiding principles. Consensus government is a unique combination of the British traditions of ministerial responsibility, cabinet solidarity, and legislative accountability, and the Aboriginal traditions of open dialogue, inclusive decision-making, accommodation, respect, and trust. Mr. Speaker, I love consensus government. I would never wish to be a politician in a partisan system. But the system we operate in only works when we all play our roles and we make sure these conventions are followed. Today, Mr. Speaker, I would like to speak to the principle of ministerial responsibility. That is the principle which is a Westminster system of government where a cabinet minister bears the ultimate responsibility for all actions of their department. The accountable minister must take the blame for the faults of their department. This means that if a waste, corruption, or any misbehavior is found to have occurred within a ministry, the minister is responsible, even if the minister had no knowledge of the actions. Mr. Speaker, that quote there is from Wikipedia, a source just as infallible as our own guiding principles. Wikipedia. This principle is essential to consensus government, Mr. Speaker, as it guarantees that elected officials are answerable for every single government decision. It is key to motivate ministers to closely scrutinize the activities within their department. One rule coming from this principle is that each cabinet member answers for their own ministry in question period. So, Mr. Speaker, yesterday when the minister responsible for the Housing Corporation starts talking about their election campaign as an excuse for not knowing what is happening in their department, that is not acceptable. This is not how our system of government works. When a minister starts talking about decisions of previous ministers, that is not how this system works. Today, I heard the minister talk about and take credit for an award on the Inuvik to Tuk Highway. They get to take credit for that because they are responsible for all past decisions of their ministry. Mr. Speaker, I will have questions for the minister responsible for the Housing Corp on how the Arnica Inn project got denied due to her department not providing support and how she is going to take responsibility to correct this situation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Member Statements. Member Statements. Member for Toonaday-Welleday.
Marcy Cho, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to speak about an event that will be taking place very soon within my riding in the community of Detta. This event is a part of a week-long list of festivities taking place in the Yellowknife area titled Naka Festival, which is an Aurora-themed event that celebrates the Northern Lights and highlights the Dene culture for the region. For clarity, Naka means Northern Lights in the Welleday dialect. Mr. Speaker, the concluding event of this week-long festival will be an Indigenous Cultural Gala taking place in Detta on Saturday, March 7, 2020 in the evening at the Chief Dragese Hall of the Yellowknife Dene First Nation. This festival, Mr. Speaker, is a collaborative effort with the Yellowknife Dene First Nation, North State Media Alliance, GNWT, and NWT Tourism. Mr. Speaker, this will be the second consecutive cultural gala taking place in Detta. And I must say I'm very excited to be attending this event once again. Last year's inaugural gala was a wonderful event that showcased Northern art and creativity at its finest. And for me, the highlight of that event last year was seeing fiddler Wesley Hardesty and William Green on flute. And it was an electric atmosphere, and my daughters took part in modeling down the runway, and I was so proud, and it was such a wonderful atmosphere to be in, and I encourage any members of the public to go see this event because it's a wonderful event. And yes, and again, going back, what I was saying, Mr. Speaker, if this year's event will be anything like last year's, people can expect to see creations of all sorts being modeled on the runway, very much akin to a fashion show. And last year's event featured dozens of items on display, from handmade earrings, necklaces, traditional vests to dresses, hats, mitts, gloves, and other attire. Mr. Speaker, the Cultural Gala will feature a whole host of Indigenous clothing designers, makeup artists, hairstylists, musicians, and others, all under one roof. At events like these, Mr. Speaker, which demonstrates the great importance of the arts and of one's culture and identity. I would argue that among the many hallmark features of identity, chiefly among them is the value of art, music, clothing, furs, and fashion ingenuity. Mr. Speaker, I could go on and on about the positive effects that events like these bring into our smaller communities.
You seek unanimous consent?
Yeah, I seek unanimous consent to continue, conclude my statement.
Thank you, member for Tune-a-Day-Welde. The member is seeking unanimous consent to conclude a statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I can see that it brings the best out of us in a truly collaborative fashion, and no pun intended. I hope to see that this event continue to achieve great success into the future and continue seeing partnerships being built and collaboration being achieved among the Yellowknives Dene and the City of Yellowknife. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Tune-a-Day-Welde. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, Mr. Speaker, I raised my concerns on managing board, the GNWT managing the board of Power Corporation. Today, Mr. Speaker, I'm raising concerns on the NTPC and how it treats its customers in the communities. Mr. Speaker, Power Corporation has a 60-page document available on the website and terms and conditions of service to customers. The policy of document gives NTPC the authority to disconnect service to the customer who does not pay their power bill within 28 days after the billing date. It also says NTPC can refuse to reconnect a customer until arrears are paid in full, late payment charges are paid up, and security deposit provided for a reconnection fee. The NTPC policy provides corporation may, at a sole discretion, limit the electricity to customers as an alternative to disconnection. Mr. Speaker, in the winter months, this is unacceptable. This is done with a technology called current limiting device. I heard this from constituents as a subject that this technology, someone in Hay River could just flip the switch and your power's cut off and you're getting 10 minutes at a time at 50 below, Mr. Speaker. That's unacceptable. The customer in Ulakuktuk and Tuck and Sax, then without power, is flicked back on for 10 minutes. Mr. Speaker, you can imagine that when you're trying to run a household with you have little children occupied by the TV or trying to make dinner, goes off the power, no warning. Then it comes back on 10 minutes later. When on the Wizard of Oz and here grants a 10-minute window of power, finish cooking your meal, or the TV goes back on, and get to feed the family in the dark, probably, Mr. Speaker. Now, 50 below outside, blizzard going on, no worries about that because every pipes are freezing up in your house. Unacceptable. The use of technology given by the mighty wizard feeling by kind of benevolent and nothing kind of it. I have said I am hopeful the government will know more and show more compassion to the people that it serves. It should absolutely be prohibited in terminating or interrupting power during the winter months. Life is hard enough in our small communities, Mr. Speaker. Lack of heat, it's life-threatening, especially in our smaller communities. Since NTPC can run a bunch of deputy ministers and NTPC is run by a bunch of deputy ministers, it seems to be the minister has the power, no pun intended, to direct them to change the policies, bring back the end of the use of the current limiting device, and allow people to pay their bills in full, but they're stuck with expensive bills, Mr. Speaker. The powers, Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Nunavut. The member is seeking unanimous consent to conclude his statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. Mr. Speaker, this is so important for our small communities. They should not be able to, legislation should change that they are unable to cut power off like this until, say, August or November till April, because small communities, houses don't have wood stoves, goes on and on and on. It has a rippling effect to the people that we represent, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I will have questions for the minister at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Nunavut. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last August, CBC North and True North Rotary partnered to host Yellowknife's Friendship Breakfast to break down barriers and misunderstandings for homeless people in our city, people who largely feel invisible. My children and I ate breakfast with a man from Fort Resolution who told us about bush adventures, moving to Hay River, and about his first and only trip out of the Northwest Territories. He spoke wide-eyed and excited as he recounted his trip to Calgary, where he stood at the top of the Calgary Tower. His eyes grew weary as he explained to my children just how high the tower was and how he and his friends took a taxi for 45 minutes to get there. He then told my children about how addiction took control of his days and of his eventual move to the streets of Yellowknife. This concept was lost on my younger children, but my oldest son's eyes told me he felt the weight of the importance of where this conversation was going. As a child growing up in Yellowknife, we did have a handful of homeless people who lived on our streets. We knew them all by name, and the most infamous were Charlie and Archie. By a 2018 count, roughly 338 people are now experiencing homelessness on Yellowknife streets. 90% of these people are Indigenous and only 16% come from Yellowknife. Discussions found the top 3 NWT communities people migrate to Yellowknife from are Bechico, Hay River, and Fort Smith. The most common reasons reported for becoming homeless were inability to pay rent, addiction and substance use, partner conflict, and job loss. For months following the Friendship Breakfast, change from couch cushions and piggy banks instantly became a coffee or a soup for their friend, and weekend drives were largely spent driving until we delivered it. In December, our luck ran out, and we no longer spotted our friend on drives around town. Eventually, the kids stopped asking. But this past weekend, we walked into a coffee shop, and immediately I heard, "Well, there's my friend with the little blue eyes." I turned to see a familiar face, and my boy's eyes lit up as he found his friend once again. I am thankful to the efforts of the CBC North and True North Rotary to break down barriers and forge relationships within our community. People need to feel love, people need to be seen, people need to be remembered, and I am thankful we live in a community that gave my children the opportunity to learn that, along with a friend whose name they will never forget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Mumford.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to make a statement regarding the Aurora College. We don't really know exactly the reason why this person was let go. We're saying this because we have questions and concerns from the community that's coming in, and that's our statement.
If I asked the Premier to tell us where the power to fire the President of Aurora College came from. I quote from response on unedited Hansard. The Premier said, hiring and firing employment contracts is separate than appointments. And further, she said, just because a statutory appointment might be part of a person's job, it does not mean that applicable minister who made the appointment is responsible for governing the employment relationship. Mr. Speaker, the Premier has confused the powers under the Public Service Act with the Minister of Education power under the Aurora College Act. In her confusion, I believe she has misled this House, overstepped her authority, in fact, breaking the law. The Public Service Act permitted the Premier to fire Dr. Uyghur in a role as Associate Deputy Minister of Post-Secondary Education Renewal. But her powers under that act did not apply to Dr. Uyghur in a dual capacity as President of Aurora College. Under the Aurora College Act, that power rests plainly with the Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Education power to hire and fire are one of the same by virtue of Section 18 of the Interpretation Act, which states explicitly that the power to appoint to a public officer also includes the power to terminate the appointment and remove public officer from employment in a territorial government. Read together. With the Interpretation Act, the Aurora College Act makes it clear, Mr. Speaker, that the only person with authority to remove someone's appointment as college president is the Minister of Education, and the termination would bring to an end a president's employment. Mr. Speaker, if these statutory realities aren't enough to convince the Premier of the errors of her ways, the Rural College Act offers one more bit of guidance that should have told her that she was exceeding her powers. For added clarity, Section 19.3 of the Rural College States Act, greater certainty, Minister's authority to appoint president operates notwithstanding the Public Service Act. Put simply, Mr. Speaker, Section 19.3 of the Rural College Act provides the Public Service Act in various processes it sets out to make an appointment has no role in the appointment and termination of the college president. Mr. Speaker, it should be troubling to this House that the Premier play so free and easily as something sanctified as a duly enacted statute of this House. It makes wonder where else she might choose to exceed her authority as a Premier. Mr. Speaker, I believe her misconduct warrants an apology to this House and a pledge to us that this will never happen again. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Mumphy. Member statements. Member statements. Returns to oral questions. Returns to oral questions. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Colleagues, I am pleased to recognize two groups of the legislature interns visiting us from Ontario and Manitoba. They are here this week to learn more about our consensus form of government. With us today from Ontario are Misha Appel, Eric Osborne, Marion Davies, Vanessa Grooves, Jennifer Hahn, Jeremy Eisted, Megan Irons, Kieran Lawler, Claire McDonald, and Program Manager Alyssa Nattarelli. Also joining us from Manitoba are Mariah George, Kelsey Rapstead, Sino Mansoure, sorry if I got that wrong, Declan Molden, Chishiba Nagulube, hope I got that right, and Bailey Pelletier. Please join me in welcoming them to our proceedings. Also with us today is probably the longest serving constituency assistant in this House, Elizabeth Wright. Also with us from Sigachik is Brittany Kendo, and Dale Cole are pages with us from Sigachik. Merci. Okay. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Mumphy.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank Mary Rose for coming back. She's been interpreting for many, many years, and she's interpreting all our words. I'd like to thank her. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Mumphy. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Replies to the budget address, day 2 of 7. Replies to the budget address. Acknowledgements. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. Member for Mumphy. Sorry. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've spoken several times in this House about the harm that alcohol does to the people of the Northwest Territories. We spend a fortune on the effects of alcohol abuse without ever addressing the elephant in the room, which is alcohol itself. Alcohol touches every part of our lives, whether we drink or not. With this in mind, I was delighted to discover that the Department of Health and Social Services has started preliminary work on an alcohol strategy. My question for the Minister is, what does she want an alcohol strategy to accomplish? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, things are dropping all around here. So the members asked regarding the alcohol strategy, and our department has put a tender out for development of a territorial alcohol strategy. So this is basically a preliminary research on a procurement shared services to develop a territorial alcohol strategy, and presumably it would fit within. We're trying to get a background on information that would help us develop a strategy. So we're right now in the process of doing a tender process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recognize that the minister had a flurry of action around her when I asked my question, and I don't think she heard what I said. I'm asking a much more general question, which is, what does she want an alcohol strategy to accomplish? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the overall approach from the department is to be able to have a scan of what are some of the alcohol, the department realizes that we need to reduce the prevalence and impacts of addictions in Northwest Territories. That's one of the things that we like to have a look at. Also, the territorial government had a Territorial Committee on Problematic Substance Abuse, and this was just established in January. And the mandate is to develop a comprehensive response to the ongoing issues related to the substance in Northwest Territories, and that's why the department is looking at a alcohol strategy.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for that answer. My next question is about how the strategy is going to be created and who will be involved in the work to create this. Is this a multi-party drafting proposition, or is the department going to draft the whole thing itself? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Territorial Committee on Problematic Substance Abuse allows the GNWT to address harms of alcohol use as well as other substances. The Territorial Committee on Problematic Substance Abuse will report to the Deputy Ministers given the interdepartmental structure. So the membership of the Territorial Committee will consist of representatives from the Department of Health and Social Services, the Department of Justice, the Department of Education, Culture and Employment, the Department of Finance, the Northwest Territories Health Social Services Authority, the Clecho Service Agency, the Office of Chief Coroner, the RCMP, the Workers' Safety Compensation Commission, and the NWT Association of Communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not having much luck today, but I'm going to press on. So the preliminary work on the alcohol strategy is going to be finished, and I'm not totally sure who's going to create the alcohol strategy proper. And then my last question is really about timing. When does the minister expect to have the alcohol strategy completed? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can get back to the member with the timelines. We have a tender currently out in RFP, so I can get back to the member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My questions are for the Minister of Housing. My first question to the Minister is, will the Minister of Housing take a risk at increasing the housing stock so Inuvik's waitlist may decrease?
Thank you, member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We do have in our mandate that we are to be increasing the housing stock throughout the Northwest Territories by 25 houses annually. We are working towards home ownership so they could free up the houses, and we're able to work with Indigenous groups to offset our old stock. So going forward, we are working towards a plan to improve housing in the Northwest Territories and increase our public housing number of units in our smaller communities and throughout the territories as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, didn't really answer my question, but that's a bigger picture plan. So what is the plan to house these families? As I mentioned, there are 97 on the wait list. Majority of these are single, and they've been waiting 6-7 years on this wait list, living with other families on couch surfing. I have one member that just told me she lives in a 3-bedroom house with 8 people, and she has health issues. So what is the plan for the housing minister to deal with the authorities to get these people housed? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Going forward, I do realize we do have a shortage of units in the territory, and I want to let the member know that we do have houses that are being constructed this year, but I'm just not sure which communities will be receiving them. I will give a list over to the member to let her know if there's units scheduled to be built in her region. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the minister commit to working with the Minister of EC&E to look at their housing list, especially in my community, to see if people that are single on income support, because what I'm hearing is that they're not given enough funding to be on their own, and they're only a limit amount, so they can only rent a room, because I think their max is 600,000. So can they work together in my community to look at what it costs to have an apartment and get them housed? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be working with my colleague, Department of Education, Culture, Employment, as this is a new concern to me. I'm really interested in following up with my colleague, and I will be following up with the member as well, too. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just one last question. Does the minister agree by not providing adequate housing in Inuvik and all communities outside the capital cause them to migrate to Yellowknife, which increases the homeless in the city, and the need for NGOs to look for solutions like the Arnica Inn?
Thank you, member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Homelessness is a huge problem in our Northwest Territories, and looking at solutions going forward and how are we going to be working as a territory in addressing this issue. I would like to meet with the member and discuss the issues in her region, and we do have a pending strategy right now happening in Yellowknife, and the member is aware of that, but I would like to follow up with her. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Nunukput.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to have the questions for the Minister responsible for NWT Power Corporation. Mr. Speaker, does the NTPC have the policy set to on how the current device for the current limiting system, does it have that set in policy, and when do they use it? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Nunukput. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Power Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member bringing this concern to me. I think about 3 weeks ago when we started looking into this. To answer his first question, yes, it's in our policy. It's about how we use it. The second thing, it's only used during the winter time. It's making sure that the facility, the house or the building is not froze up and so it doesn't cause the pipes to freeze. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So it's only used in the winter time, not in the summertime. So we're okay in the summer, but that's a wrong time of the year, Mr. Speaker. Mine is 50 at home, 56 in the coastal communities, winds blowing, families having to go on 10 minutes of power, 10 minutes on, 10 minutes off. I'm asking, would the minister direct his deputy ministers or the board to cut off or to stop using the limiters from October to April? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nunavut. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Power Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, why we don't do it in the summertime? Because we disconnect. We have 2,999 delinquent accounts, $2.6 million, or $2.2 million in arrears that the government has to cover, which means our other clients have to deal with it. In regards to the situation from October to April, I believe the members asked for, I'm willing to look into this to see if it's something feasible, but right now, what people have to understand, when the limiters are used, it's a last resort. We try every possible way to make sure we don't get to that stage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will the minister, has the minister ever spoken to any of his elders in his community or anybody across the territory who have actually been limited with the device? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nunavut. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Power Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have a number of people in my riding that have had this experience. We've talked about it. The biggest thing when we're talking to my elders and the constituents is about payment plans, working out there. If there's other options available, then they can reach out to that. The Power Corp does provide that information to people on the notices that they're able to do that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, in the Delta, like I always said, like a broken record this last few months about people not having jobs and not being able to pay things in full because they're having to choose either pay your rent, pay your power, buy food for your, or clothing for your children, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm asking this minister to direct his board to stop using these limiters from October to April, and to get repayment plans during the summer when people are actually working. Is that possible, Mr. Speaker? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Nunavut. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Power Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like I said the first time, or the second question, I'll look into it and I'll get back to this House. Right now, what we're trying to do is make sure the limiters is a last resort. I want to repeat that. It's our last resort. What we want to do is work with them on payment plans, work with them, see what other options are available through the government, through various programs. And so we try to get that information to them. So again, it's our last resort, but I will check and have our conversations with the board and the president. And as we move forward, we'll get back to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. In my statement earlier today, I noted that the so-called assets of Strategic Oil and Gas in the NWT, namely the Cameron Hills sour gas field, is now in receivership. Can the Minister of Lands explain how and why our government took Cameron Hills under the devolution agreement and whether there's an opportunity to give it back to the federal government? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during devolution negotiations, the GNWT in Canada developed criteria to determine which sites would be transferred to the jurisdiction of the Northwest Territories. The Cameron Hills site was held by a Strategic Oil and Gas, was one of the sites that was turned over to, we agreed to take over because it was still operational at that time. Right now, though, currently, the receiver is responsible for managing the site and not the GNWT. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. Clearly, those criteria have not worked in our favor. We're just going to assume millions of dollars of environmental liabilities. It sounds like it was a bad deal. But I want to thank the Minister for that explanation. Can the Minister explain whether our government ever asked for a ruling by the Mackenzie Valley Land and Water Board or requested an increased financial security under any permit or license for the Cameron Hills sour gas field? And if not, Mr. Speaker?
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the GNWD requested updates to strategic oil and gas closure plans through the Mackenzie Valley Land and Water Board. Closure plans provided the necessary information upon which reassessment of reclamation securities could be calculated. The process to date update the plan was not completed before the company went into receivership. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. So this went under on our watch, and we really didn't do enough to stop it. So when the Cameron Hills sour gas field, it's now in receivership, does GNWT or the regulator of oil and gas still have unfettered access to any financial security for this operation? And if so, what are the values of such security? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the GNWT was successful to cash the security of $2.9 million. These funds represent the security held under the water license and land use permit. Unfortunately, the funds held by the Office of the Regulatory of Oil and Gas Operations are confidential. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Great to hear that the amount held by Rogo is confidential. So much for open and transparent government. But I know we fixed that in the legislation. They still have to do regulations, but this is not a good way to manage our resources. Can the Minister explain whether our government or the Office of the Regulator of Oil and Gas has calculated or estimated what the environmental liabilities are likely to be for Cameron Hills, and what portion are we likely to assume now that the property is in receivership? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Strategic Oil and Gas was not able to complete their closure plan before it went into receivership. The goal of the receivership process is to sell off the assets, and the procedure of any sales can be used for the cleanup costs. Now that the receiver has been in place or appointed under the to address the NWT assets, the process will become clearer in the weeks and months to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Decho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. That minor hockey team there I was speaking about earlier apparently must have had a lot of sweets and lots of candy on the road there. This leads me into dental care now. Mr. Speaker, the residents of Fort Providence are concerned with the lack of frequent dental visits to the community. It was pointed out to me that there was an instance where it was a whole year before they even saw a dentist in the community. Apparently, there is space for the dental team in the new health centre, and I'm not certain if it is being used at all. Can the health minister confirm if the department has a contract with the dental service provider for Fort Providence? Merci.
Thank you, Member for Detroit. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Mr. Speaker, I can find that information out for the member. At this time, I'm not aware of the details specifically to Fort Providence and the space that's in the health center there. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Detroit.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Merci to the minister for that answer. Also, I guess I'm not going to get too much answers, it seems like, for the dental team, as the minister doesn't know all the information there. But I wish that I would like to have more information, if she's going to dig out information about this, a list of known dental team visits to the community for the year 2019, and also if she can find out, provide the amount of days in a given week that the dental team is in the community. I would appreciate that information also with that. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Detroit. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, absolutely. If the member wants to provide me with his list of questions, then I can definitely get back to him. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Detroit.
Good.
Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday during question period, the minister responsible for the NWT Housing Corporation repeatedly said that the Women's Society should reach out to her regarding the Arnica project. I can confirm that they've been in contact with the department throughout this process. Mr. Speaker, there is a $60 million co-investment fund for housing allocated to the Northwest Territories. My concern is I am sick of being reactive. We need to be a proactive government that goes out and gets that money. Will the minister commit to setting up a meeting with all the relevant parties to the Arnica project and get to the bottom of what the issue is and see whether we can still save this project?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A contact was sent out early this afternoon after my meeting with the member, and hopefully we're able to get in contact with the parties for the Arnica Inn, and a meeting will go forward. Hopefully that will happen by the end of the week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
That may be my first yes in this Legislative Assembly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday there was concern about whether we actually supported this project. Will the minister commit that if CMHC comes up with their 3/4 of this funding, we are able to find the $660,000 and we will follow suit and provide our funding to this project?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The application for the Arnica Inn has to be resubmitted. I have instructed my staff to reach out to Arnica Inn, the Yellowknife Women's Society, and to start our communication process going forward. And looking at the project, we are looking for money internally to support the project, and that going forward, I will keep the members informed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
There was almost a yes there, Mr. Speaker. I do believe there is some parliamentary issues about a minister committing money on the floor, but I'll look forward to the updates. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My next question is regarding the co-investment fund. I understand there's a number in the works, and the problem here is this is the first one that seemed to fail, and I don't want to be standing up in the House every single time we hear that our Housing Corp did not support a project. So my question is, will the minister assign someone in the Housing Corporation to coordinate applications and work with proponents so that we can access this federal money?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The co-investment fund that is accessible through the federal money that is accessible for the Northwest Territories is a new initiative and a new funding pot that we do have access to. The Arnica application was the first, not the Arnica, the application from the Yellowknife Women's Society was one of the first applications that made it to the second stage. Actually, it is the first. Going forward, we will be looking at a position that will fill the responsibility to make sure that there is straight communication between for the application process from the Housing Corporation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that, and I appreciate the Minister keeping us updated. My next question is, as we're providing this funding, I believe the Housing Corp has repeatedly stated that our goal is partnerships. The future is partnerships. Throughout this process, it is clear there has been a breakdown in communication in exactly what the Housing Corp's role is in whether they're providing technical advice, whether they want partnerships with Indigenous governments for all projects, whether they are going to fund the 25%. Will the Minister commit to setting out clear guidelines for the application process and what the Housing Corp's role is in accessing this federal co-investment fund?
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did speak to my department and I have instructed them to complete criteria in regards to the 75-25 and be with the application and what the responsibility we are going to carry out as a housing corporation. Yes, we will go forward and be more clear on our process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have to give credit to the last Assembly when they purchased the assets of NTCL. It was a good move on their part. However, when it comes to the operation, we have a problem. We were to have a Made in the North solution. Instead, we've had a Southern company running the operation for 3 years, for the last 3 years. So I'd ask first of all, I'd like to ask the Minister of Infrastructure, what process did this government use for retaining the services of ORCE? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Hay River South. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The current contract was awarded through the public procurement process. My understanding is the request for proposal was released on October 10th of 2017, and it closed on December 5th of the same year. We received 4 proposals for the work, and the contract was awarded to the highest responsible proponent, which was the Offshore Recruiting Services, Inc., or ORCE as you called them. And the term of the contract was for 1 season, plus an option to extend for 3 additional years. The current contract will expire on December 31st, 2020. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ask the Minister, will MTS be evaluating and looking to develop in-house capabilities for recruiting terminal staff? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Hay River South. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So MTS has contracted ORCE due to their unique expertise in the recruitment and day-to-day management of offshore labour. So we don't have a current plan for the government to assume this function. We do have the Marine Training Centre in Hay River, which is funded by Transport Canada, and that was providing marine-related industry training to Northwest Territories residents. We wanted to introduce them to the marine industry in hopes that they will pursue careers in the field and we can increase our numbers there. We did employ a number of the students last year from that institute, as did the Canadian Coast Guard. And where we can, MTS will continue to commit to employing those students in the future. We employed a total of 194 employees in 2019 to support the operations in the peak season, and 92 of which were Northwest Territories residents and 39 were local hire Indigenous residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting that the Minister says that ORCE has unique expertise. I guess I've lived in Hay River for close to 100 years, and I've worked for I worked for NTCL before, and when I was a kid, I used to hang around there. And it always seemed at that point that there was pretty well all, and even in riverboat captains and that, it was Northerners that worked there. There was very few Southerners. All of a sudden, as time goes on, we shift. We make that shift, and we always think everything's better in the South. So, I guess I'm just making a point there. The question is, what oversight is in place to ensure this government is receiving cost-effective service from ORCE?
Thank you, member for Haverhill South. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Speaker, Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do acknowledge the member's frustration with this process, so I commit to continuing to work with you to move forward. So the contract for the services includes a terms and condition, which the contractor must abide to. So GNWT MTS management staff are responsible for ensuring the contractor performs and are in regular, frequent contact with the contractor management. Costs are managed on a bi-weekly basis by the MTS finance staff, and they're ensuring the invoiced costs are in line with those terms and conditions of the contract. And like I said, the current contract does expire in 2020 at the end of this year. So we will be reviewing the performance of the contractor prior to extending for the last option that we have. So I commit to working with the member going forward to hear his concerns about that and addressing them. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Haverhill South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The past government had indicated that a long-term business model for MTS was to be developed, and I'm just wondering if the government has, or your department has looked at that, or if there's anything in place, and when we can expect something. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Haverhill South. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So my understanding for the business model plans, that was in 2017, infrastructure produced a comprehensive multi-year business plan for MTS, and then they produced an update of that plan last year. They're presently working on the long-term business model that will support the business plan and exploring different types of governance models. So the business model study is expected to be completed by this summer, and then we would be presenting it to committee with the hopes of finalizing it in the fall of 2020. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think to start us off today, I just want to clarify one of the questions from my colleague, the member from Yellowknife North. He requested that the Minister of Housing would commit to inviting the relevant partners to the meeting with the Yellowknife Women's Society, and I just want to clarify that that will include both public servants from housing and education, as well as the Mayor of Yellowknife and also potentially the federal MP, Michael McLeod. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Cam Lake. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right now, I have the request going out to the Executive Director for the Yellowknife Women's Society, and we will together collaborate and create an invite list as to who she would like to attend the meeting. But for myself, there would be myself and two of my staff. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I definitely appreciate that, and given the timeline on this project, I hope that we can get everybody in the room in a timely fashion. My second question, Mr. Speaker, is in the 2018 National Housing Strategy, CMHC committed to a 50% reduction in chronic homelessness by 2028. In 2015, Winnipeg became the first Canadian city to eliminate homelessness. I'm wondering if this government is actually committed to ending homelessness in the Northwest Territories. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Cam Lake. Minister responsible for housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Working with homelessness throughout the Northwest Territories, it's become such a huge issue that we're dealing with a population throughout the territory, and eliminating the housing homelessness. It's a strategy going forward. I'd like to just be mindful to the member that we do deal with isolated communities as well, and the northern part of the region, and looking at climate change, and just making those points that, you know, for us to get material, and we're starting and to build and to construct in the northern part of the region can be quite challenging. But going forward, we are working with a strategy to work with that homelessness issue in the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In September 2018, I noticed an ad that was a call out for proposals to create a homelessness strategy. We're now 18 months down the road and the strategy is not complete. I'm wondering what timeline the Housing Corporation is working towards completing this strategy, and also when we can expect the action plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right now, the Housing Corporation is in a working relationship with the 33 communities and wanting to complete housing plans that are developed at the community level, and these are going to be requests that are made from the people. And going forward, I want to I directed my staff that I would like these housing plans to be complete and submitted by August. And I know we're not going to be able to get every single community, but then with that information, I would like to start working towards the strategic plan on how are we going to go forward for the next 3 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of our priorities is related to affordable housing, and one of our other priorities is the ability for people to age in place. We discussed earlier today, or a few of us discussed earlier today, how people that are homeless in Yellowknife are often moving here from their home communities for a variety of reasons, but definitely these are people who want to be able to age in their own communities and be with their families. So will the homelessness strategy include the communities as far as an action plan? So will there be a strategy involved to give people the opportunity to stay in their own home community, to age in their home community, and to be housed in their home community? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of the project is exactly what the member has expressed. We need to have those numbers from the community so we know what we are working with, and directing the communication between the communities and the Housing Corporation. We have created programs to deliver within the smaller communities and also throughout the territory that would meet the needs of the senior population. But going forward, I will keep the member informed of the next steps that the Housing Corporation will be taking in regards to our community plans and our strategies and working towards our housing issue in the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Kamloops.
That's 4.
Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I have some further questions for the Minister of Lands on the Cameron Hills environmental liabilities, how we got there. I would like to know, it's my understanding that we have something called Reclaim. It's a model for calculating liabilities. It's based on per unit experience of remediating, reclaiming sites. Could that model actually be applied right now to the Cameron Hills site to give us even an initial estimate of what the liabilities are? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately right now it's in receivership. The receiver is actually doing this work. But we have made a commitment. Once that is done, we're also going to, lands and ENR inspectors are going to go in, and we may be looking at this, but right now, no. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. Clearly, though, we need to start to do our homework about what this contingent liability is going to look like. I'm just wondering if the Minister can tell me how this liability is going to be entered into the public accounts. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have the answer. I will get back to the member. Have no clue how it's going to be done. It's a first time I thought about it or heard about it, so I'll take ownership of that, and we'll get back to the member with that answer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, oral questions. Member for Framley.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. And I didn't give him a heads up about these because obviously I'm kind of excited about this issue, to say the least, and the liabilities that are hurtling towards us. So I want to ask the Minister, though, what are we going to do to prevent this from happening again? We've seen this happen again and again and again in the north, whether it's Giant Mine, Collamac, you name it. Name me one site that's actually been properly reclaimed here. So what is this government going to do to prevent this from happening again? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Framlake. Minister responsible for lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This one I can answer, and I appreciate the member, his commitment and willingness to bring this forward. So presently, the departments of ENR Lands, ROGO, and ITI, or Industry, Tourism and Investment, we're meeting, we're working on this. We're trying to make sure the opportunity to learn from our best, or learn from it, so we can make sure this doesn't get addressed or doesn't happen in the future. We're also working with the Kenzie Valley and Water Land and Resource Board in regards to that regulations as well. So we're trying to work with all the parties right now. Unfortunately, with this Cameron Hills situation, it happened, and we were working on trying to get the reclamation plan in place, but unfortunately they went into receivership before we could do it. So we are working on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Framlake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. I just want to remind him we are both members of the last Assembly. This was a commitment made in the last mandate to have in place a proper system to prevent this from happening. It didn't happen in the last Assembly. And in the very first round of legislation, post-devolution in the last Assembly, what we did was we passed a Public Land Act that removed mandatory financial security. How could that happen? So first time we get a chance to try to deal with something like this, and we removed the mandatory financial security. Unbelievable, Mr. Speaker. So I want that act is not in force yet, thank goodness, but I want to see if the Minister is willing to reevaluate what happened with the Public Land Act and put in place mandatory financial security again. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Framlake. Minister responsible for lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're willing to always look at things to improve it. We'll look at it. I'm not going to make a commitment here in the House that we will add it, but we'll look at it and we'll get back to committee at the appropriate time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My questions are for the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. I would like to know if clients have to be on the housing wait list to get support for rent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I believe the question was about the housing wait list and income assistance, and whether income assistance, to be eligible for income assistance, the clients have to be on the housing wait list. Okay, I see heads nodding. Yes, that is technically how the system works. However, there's always exceptions in exceptional cases. Sometimes people are not allowed in housing for a number of reasons. And so in those cases, we would work with the clients. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister tell me if, I know it's quite a detailed question, but if not, he can get back to me. How much does income support provide to an individual for rent in Inuvik if they are on the wait list? Because I know by looking at the market, to find a unit, the cheapest one is $900 a month. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I don't have that detailed information. It's more than 900. I know this just from being an MLA and seeing an increase in the previous assembly, but I can get that detailed information for the member. Thank you.
Minister, oral questions. Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reason I'm asking is if you're a student and you're getting funding, so you get some income, which you're a single student, you get $850. And they've been on the wait list for 5+ years. This is a scenario. Would they qualify for income support to offset if they were to find a private accommodations to have a home on their own? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know what? I've been dealing with income assistance quite a bit lately. You know, we're looking at some interesting initiatives and ways to really make the program work better for the people of the territory. So while I've been spending lots of time on this file, I don't have the skill set that perhaps our client service officers in the regions have. And so I can't answer that very detailed question right now, but I'm happy to get back to the member and I can sit down with the member with some staff as well, and we can have a little briefing if she'd like to get down to the nitty-gritty of this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So just the last one, I just wanted to see if the Minister would commit as well to working with the Minister of Housing and looking at some of those housing lists to see if there's a way that we can get some of these people by income support and housing lists to work together and get them into homes as they wait for a unit to come available. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been talking about how we have two housing systems basically in the territory. We have a social housing system through the Housing Corporation, and we have ECE, which provides housing for a number of residents. And I want to do that kind of work. I want to have those discussions with the Housing Minister and figure out how we can make those two systems work better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The question I have is for the Minister of the NWT Housing Corporation. It's to do with the co-investment fund, and I guess we've heard about the co-investment fund for the last couple of days, and I have a feeling it might be that elusive Loch Ness monster or something like that that we'll never find. But anyways, in saying that, the Family Resource Centre in Hay River is also looking to access that program, and I suspect they're looking for investment from the NWT Housing Corporation as well. And I asked the Minister if she will provide the Family Support Centre with access to her staff as she is doing for the people in Yellowknife. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The co-investment fund that is available for the Northwest Territories by the federal government is such a new program going forward. I instructed my staff to structure I don't want to say like a process that the public can access this funding, and I will commit to the member that my staff and the Family Resource Centre of Hay River, that they work together so they can get an idea and communicate what this funding is about, how do they access it, and the application process and the financial resources that are available as well too. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just important to note that the Hay River Family Resource Centre, as with other nonprofits, they have limited resources, they have limited staff, and they probably have limited expertise when it comes to filling out some of these government forms. So I appreciate the fact that the Minister will work with me on that and the Family Resource Centre. And I just want to, and I guess it's just kind of a note that I'm hoping that they look beyond just going there and say, here's how you fill it out, but to actually assist. So I'm asking for a little more commitment than just showing up to the door and saying, here's the forms and here's what you need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Hay River South, Minister responsible for housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I go forward with this new initiative that is offered by the federal government, I'm becoming more familiar with the process. There is funding that is available for the clients should they need a consultant to help them with the application process. But during that process, the Housing Corporation will be available. It won't be an approach of knock on your door, here's your papers and run. Nothing like that. It's going to be thorough. And as we go forward, I need to have my staff as well to work closely with our clients, so then we're very clear that we don't engage in or end up with misinterpretation as we go forward, so it doesn't delay applications coming forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to hear that, and we have to be more collaborative, and we have to be more proactive in the approach that we take, and we've got to learn to say yes, as the Minister of Health has learned how to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Minister responsible for housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, my staff will be available going forward, and we will be looking at these applications more thorough. There will be more support as we have individuals coming forward wanting to access this money. The program will significantly change. There will be more communication. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, I asked the Minister responsible for Education, Culture and Employment questions regarding income assistance. I'd like to continue that line of questioning. He informed me we spend approximately $6.5 million a year simply administering income security. I believe much of this time is chasing people and making sure those on income assistance meet their monthly reporting requirements. Mr. Speaker, will the Minister commit to asking his department to review the monthly reporting requirements, and where it makes sense, extend those to longer time periods, so people are not living 30 days at a time?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, I'm not going to ask my department to do something they're already doing. As the member knows, I've had conversations with them. This is something we're looking into. We're trying to figure out ways to make this program serve the population that it serves better, essentially. As the member pointed out, there are people whose incomes don't vary. They are steady. They don't go up or down. And if they do, it might be by just a few dollars every month. And they might stay that way for years. And the member is correct. There's no reason to have those people reporting on a monthly basis. While there is an opportunity right now for some of those clients to be what's called payrolled, meaning that they only need to report maybe every 3 or 6 or 12 months, that is something that we're looking to develop into an actual program. So we have perhaps a separate program for persons with disabilities and people who've aged out of the workforce, whose incomes won't be going up and going down. That would make the lives of those people easier, and it would also free up our client service officers to help other clients that they're dealing with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very glad to hear that answer, and I look forward to the Minister reporting back whether we actually increase the number of people who are payrolled. My second concern here is that I've spoken to a number of private landlords, and they've informed me if people are payrolled and if they can guarantee rent for more than 30 days, they would buy a building and fill it with income assistance clients. But presently, the way it goes, if a person misses their reporting appointment and doesn't get the money for the next month, then they can't pay their rent, and then that landlord runs into the Residential Tenancies Act and has to go through a lengthy process to evict the person who can't pay their rent. So my question is, will the Minister, during this review, which he's asked his department to conduct, of putting more people on payroll, look into the issue of working with private landlords to guarantee them rent from tenants?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And what the department is working on isn't just payrolling more people, it's how we can better deliver the service. And so it's a very holistic approach. And I had questions earlier about income assistance and housing. And so that's something that I want to look at as well. I understand what the member is saying. I've had a number of constituents over the past 4 years who've run into these types of issues, so it's something I'm live to. I look forward to having conversations with my colleague, the Minister of Justice, as well as the Minister of Housing, and so we can try and come to, so we can create a system that works for everybody. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that this work is being done, but I think the ultimate goal here should be not just payrolling people, but providing a guaranteed livable income. That is an amount that no person can fall below, and so that no one in the Northwest Territories is living in poverty. While the Minister is asking his department to conduct this review, can we look at the benefits that a guaranteed livable income would provide the North?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Successive governments over the past number of assemblies have gone through multiple budget cuts, and it's not the frontline people who we cut. They need to be delivering services. It's the policy people. It's the people who would put their minds to these kind of things. So I can only do so much. Right now, the mandate has tasked ECE with some big jobs. We're the biggest reformed education that we've seen in a generation. There's quite a bit going on, so I can't commit the staff to doing that at this point because there's other things that need to get done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Mumphy.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
I made a statement regarding the college, but the decision that was made is not quite clear. So there's a lot of constituents that are asking these questions. I want to ask the Premier a question.
Please explain to this House and the public on how Section 19, Bracket 3 of the Aurora College Act supports her assertion that as Premier, she is the person with the authority to terminate the employment of the Aurora College President. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Mumphy. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start out by saying I'm actually really excited that the constituents from Montfouille their biggest concern is about this hiring because, man, I've been hearing all about housing, education, all kinds of things. So it does show that one of the regions is actually doing really well in the Northwest Territories, and I'm happy to hear that. I've offered many times, and I will offer again. I am very sorry, Mr. Speaker, that the member is still confused. I will offer again that the staff from the Department of Justice are willing to sit down with the member and explain how this works. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Member for Mumphy.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's not just about me, it's about the public. The Premier needs to explain to this House what kind of authority does she have to deal with that matter. I'll just move on to the next question, Mr. Speaker, since I'm not getting any answers here. Perhaps I need to be more specific. Section 19, Bracket 3 of the Aurora College Act, which is a law that we follow. For greater certainty, the Minister of Education, Culture, and Employment's authority to appoint and hence terminate the President of Aurora College operates notwithstanding the Public Service Act. What is the Premier's understanding of the meaning of this clause in the legislation? Merci.
Thank you, Member for Mumphy. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought I was pretty clear in explaining the difference between hiring and appointing, but I'm understanding by the member that was not clear enough, and I'm understanding by the member that other members are not clear on it either. So any member, Mr. Speaker, that needs more clarification, I am willing to offer that the staff with the Department of Justice are willing to sit down with any member in this House to explain the difference. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Member for Mumphy.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm trying to gather all the information so we're being transparent, we're being accountable here in this House so the public's aware of it, not behind closed doors having a meeting. We're here being accountable to the public. Will the Premier Cochrane apologize to this House for overstepping her authority in terminating the Aurora College president? Mr. Speaker, Mussey.
Thank you, member for Mumphrey. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There was a personal statement made by the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment that explained the situation, that this was not a decision made on my own, that this was a decision that was made in consultation. No, Mr. Speaker, I will not apologize. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Honourable Premier. Final supplementary, member for Mumphrey.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since I'm not getting the answer the public is expecting, at the later time, I will be tabling a document that's a legal advice that I received, and let the public decide on this. Mr. Speaker.
No question, but I'll give the Premier a chance to comment if she'd like.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm more than willing to hear any sides. Again, I stand by my side. I will offer the member, the whole staff of the Department of Justice, to give him a briefing if he would like that for clarification. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. The time for oral questions has expired. Written questions. Written questions. Returns to written questions. Returns to written questions. Replies to the Commissioner's address. Replies to the Commissioner's address. Petitions. Petitions. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of standing and special committees. Reports of standing and special committees. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation. I missed it.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following 3 documents. Letter to Mayor, City of Yellowknife from myself as Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation regarding funding for the purchase of the multi-use building to house 42 homeless individuals dated February 25th, 2020. Letter to the Executive Director, Yellowknife Women's Society from myself as Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation regarding funding for the purchase of a multi-use building to house 42 homeless individuals dated February 25th, 2020, and a letter to a concerned citizen from myself as Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation regarding funding to purchase a multi-use building to house 42 homeless individuals dated February 25th, 2020. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Member for Mumphrey.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as indicated earlier, I'd like to table a document that's a legal authority to terminate the appointment of the Aurora College president via Lawson Lundell. There is more detailed information here. Mussey.
Thank you, member for Mumphrey. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Notices of motion. Notices of motion. Motions. Motions. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Consideration of in committee of the whole of bills and other matters. Table document 17-19 brackets 2, supplementary estimates operation expenditure number 4, 2019 to 2020. Also table document 12-19 brackets 2, 2019 to 2023 mandate of the government of the Northwest Territories. By the authority given to me as Speaker, by motion 1-19 brackets 2, I here authorize the House to sit beyond the daily hour of adjournment to consider the business before this House with Member Inuvik Twin Lakes in the chair.
All right, I will now call Committee of the Whole to order. Are we going to take a break? Yeah. Okay. Sorry. What is the wish of committee, Mr. Norn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that consideration of the following two table documents. 17-19 bracket 2 supplementary estimates, operations expenditure number 4 2019 to 2020, and table document 12-19 bracket 2 2019 to 2023 mandate of the Government of the Northwest Territories, and that they be addressed. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, committee. We will take a short recess and resume with table document 17-19 brackets 2. Does the committee agree? Thank you. Back to order. All right. Consideration. Okay, so committee, we have agreed to consider table document 17-19 brackets 2 supplementary estimate operations expenditures number 4 2019-2020. Does the Minister of Finance have any opening remarks?
Madam Chair. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm here to present the supplementary estimates operation expenditures number 4 2019-2020. The supplementary estimates proposes a total increase of $49.1 million. Of this amount, $33.8 million is being requested for increased expenditures for the Department of Health and Social Services, or about 70% of the total request. Some of the more significant items in the supplementary estimates include $14.5 million to offset costs related to Northwest Territories residents receiving medical services outside of the Northwest Territories, $10 million to administer activities under the Northern Wellness Agreement that are fully offset by revenues from the Government of Canada, $4.7 million, an increase to the Income Assistance Program for costs associated with increased client uptake and inflation, $4 million for costs associated with insured hospital services provided to individuals who are non-residents of the Northwest Territories. These costs are fully offset by recoveries from other jurisdictions. $2.5 million to administer activities under the Nature Fund agreements and the establishment of 3 protected areas. These costs are fully offset by revenue from Environment and Climate Change Canada. That concludes my opening remarks, Madam Chair, and I would be happy to answer any questions that the committee might have.
Thank you, Minister. Does the Minister of Finance wish to bring witnesses into the House? Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witness into the chamber. Would the Minister please introduce her witnesses?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this afternoon on my left I have Terence Coutre, the Director of the Management Board Secretariat, and on my right I have Glenn Burns, the Manager of Budget Development.
All right. Thank you. We will review the supplementary estimate by department. The committee has agreed to begin the review with the Legislative Assembly. I will now open the floor to general comments on the Legislative Assembly. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, my question has to do with the additional costs for the territorial election. Could the Minister please elaborate on what the additional costs are in this circumstance? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, any year when there's the election, obviously is an exceptional year. In this case, some of the workload was as a result of the fact that there was. Sorry, Madam Chair. Just want to make sure that I'm referencing the right explanation. Madam Chair, in an election year, some assumptions are being made and budget estimates are based on the number of days the House will sit given that it is an election year. In this case, there were much more heavy expenditures as a result of there being more sitting days, more sitting hours, and overtimes resulting. So as a result of that, there certainly were some increased expenditures as a result of those increased hours towards the end in the last sitting days in the 18th Assembly. There was also some needs in terms of the staffing within the Legislative Assembly leading up to the territorial election that had to be increased to support committees to complete their work prior to the election. And there were other expenditures related to the operation of Legislative Assembly, Madam Chair, not specifically with respect to the election.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can the Finance Minister tell us whether these are one-off costs or whether, in fact, this amount of money bill will in part or in full be required going forward? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In a non-election year, the expenses are lower, and so there will not be the same level of funding required for the Office of the Clerk in this coming year or in the next 3 years.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Member for... Okay. If there are no further comments, does the committee... Oh, sorry. Member for Yellowknife, or Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering if the Minister of Finance can confirm the total cost to the GNWT of this supplementary estimate versus, once the offsets are received from our funding partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister of Finance.
Yes, sorry, Madam Chair. The net impact will be $30 million, or $30,783,000. I'm not saying that number right at all. I'm getting a nod. I think the member has understood my attempt at saying the number correctly, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Member for Cam Lake? I'm good, thank you. Member for Frame Lake?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Can the Minister or staff tell us what the impact of this supplementary appropriation is on the reserve and whether there's going to be any increase in debt and debt payments as a result of this supplementary appropriation? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the supplementary reserve at this point is in an overall deficit position. However, the am I writing on that? Do I have that correct? I don't have this right. Includes. My apologies, Madam Chair. I just wanted to confirm the $70 million deficit projected that was already mentioned yesterday is included, or this is included in that.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Member for Frame Lake.
Okay, thanks, Madam Chair. I appreciate the response. So the supplementary reserve then is going to be in a $70 million deficit. Is that correct? Because I think that's what the minister said yesterday in her budget address. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the $70 million deficit is to the entire operating budget of the GNWT from 2019-20. So it includes the impact of the deficit in the supplementary reserve. That is not, the $70 million isn't exclusively from or entirely from the supplementary reserve. The supplementary reserve is impacting on the total deficit. So the total deficit is $70 million, and that includes $41 million from the subs.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Okay, so can someone tell me, is this going to result in an increase in our short-term borrowing and what the cost of that is going to be? Short and long-term debt, I guess. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there would have been an impact in the short-term borrowing and in order to cover the expenses as they were incurred in different departments, and so that's already been factored in into the total $70 million. And then in terms of, I think the member had asked in terms of long-term debt, I don't have the numbers in front of me as to whether that has any impact in terms of long-term debt. I mean, obviously, if there's an impact in our overall debt, then that's certainly yeah, I mean, if I'm incorrect, if there's something further that I need to double check on, I will provide that to the member. But at this point, it would have been an increase in the short-term debt, if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I would like that information, and I'd like it to be made public. So if the minister provides it to me and she doesn't want to bring it to the House, I will table it. But I want to know whether there's an increase in our debt payments as a result of the supplementary appropriation as well. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, no, there won't be an increase. I mean, there's not an increase in debt payments. It's short-term debt, and there is a servicing charge on that, and that comes out of the Department of Finance's budgets.
Okay. Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Okay, thanks. Can the minister tell us what that increase in the debt, the servicing costs is going to be within the Department of Finance for this? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, so as with any debt, Madam Chair, it would increase the total interest payment because the principal is bigger, but there won't be any other increase or change in terms of the overall projections for 2019 and 20. So the total deficit still we're projecting for the GNWT for 2019-20 is $70 million, including these amounts and including the payments on those amounts for this last fiscal year. So that doesn't alter that total number that was provided. As far as going forward, again, that's the amount that's being requested in the mains for the Department of Finance considers the amount of interest that we're projecting to be required in light of the total debt that we're looking at now.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. If there are no further comments, does the committee agree to proceed to the detail contained in the table document? Okay. Committee, we will begin on page 4. 2019-2020 Supplementary Estimate Number 4 Operation Expenditures, Legislative Assembly, Office of the Clerk, not previously authorized, $704,000. Does committee agree? No. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I did have one question about the Office of the Clerk. My colleague from Yellowknife Centre asked about starting to break down that figure of 704,000. Can the minister tell us how much of that can be attributed to the legislative logjam at the end of the last assembly? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Certainly, Madam Chair, 155,000 is projected, or is the amount that's resulting from expenditures that were on compensation and benefits as a result of some additional work, as well as, I believe, $270,000, which was similarly related to that. Although that number actually includes a couple of different values, Madam Chair. So I will have to break out that number and ensure that it reflects only what the member is asking and not further requires for there's other positions. So we're just doing some quick math, Madam Chair, and I will maybe the math might be even done. So yes, $270,000, Madam Chair, for the election, and $279,000 also for the sitting days. And then there was some succession planning that's also included. $155,000 is included for succession planning, and that should make up the total $704,000.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks for that information. I just want to get that on the record. That's the best rationale I've heard about not jamming up the legislative agenda at the end of an assembly. Just about killed our staff and MLAs, so we don't want to go there again, and you have to incur these kind of costs. So let's try to work together to make sure that that doesn't happen. That's more of a comment. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. So we're no further comments I'll go back to 2019-2020 supplementary estimates number 4. Operations expenditures, Legislative Assembly, Office of the Clerk not previously authorized, $704,000. Does committee agree? Legislative Assembly statutory offices not previously authorized, $440,000. Does committee agree? Legislative Assembly total department not previously authorized, $1,144,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. We will now go to general comments on the Department of Education, Culture and Employment. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is it possible to gain an understanding of how many more income assistance program clients this amount serves? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I do have a total number of clients that are served, but if the request is more for the difference between the two, 26, isn't it?
That's the number of applications.
Oops, sorry, Madam Chair. I don't unfortunately have the number of actual increase in individuals receiving income assistance at this time. I have a number of approved applications here, which is sometimes not exactly the same. I certainly would commit to provide that to the member and can provide a detailed breakdown of the increase year over year in terms of actual individuals who are providing or who are receiving income assistance.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I missed if there was a commitment at the end of that sentence as your head went down. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister of Finance.
Yes, Madam Chair, I can commit to getting those to the numbers of actual individuals receiving income assistance. We can break that down.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake. Are there any further comments on the Department of Education, Culture and Employment? If there are no further comments, does committee agree to proceed to the... Oh, sorry. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm looking at page 40 of the main estimates, and the income security total amount is $54 million. And then now I'm looking here at the 2019-20 total appropriation is $56 million. So sorry, for 2021. Going forward, we've ascribed $54 million. Yet it appears the total appropriation for last year, this current fiscal we're in, was 56. Can the minister, considering we budgeted less than we actually spent, do we expect to see another supplemental appropriation for income security in the next fiscal?
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, I don't have the 2021 main estimates in front of me. What I can say is that the income assistance numbers do vary quite a bit from year to year. I do have 5-year averages in front of me, and there is quite a bit of difference in variance year over year. So there is an effort obviously made to review that and to make projections based on the best guesses possible, but there is quite a bit of variance as gas prices, utilities go up, so do costs. As the economy changes, so do demand. So I certainly cannot sit here and promise there won't be another supplementary appropriation sought for income assistance but if the member wants to see the variance year over year, I certainly can provide that, and that might in terms of just demonstrating the wide variety that happens year over year and why we do wind up coming back on a supplementary appropriation specific to income assistance.
Thank you, Minister. If there are no further comments, does committee agree to proceed to the details in the table document? Agreed? Okay. Committee, we will begin on page 5. 2019-2020 supplementary estimates. Number 4, Education, Culture, Education, Culture, and Employment, income security not previously authorized, $4,740,000. Does committee agree? Education, Culture, and Employment, total department not previously authorized, $4,740,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Now for general comments on the Department of Natural Resources. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So can the minister explain what this funding is for? It's rather vague, the description that's here. Thanks for the environmental stewardship and climate change item of $2.5 million. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this funding is to support Department of ENR in terms of their cost, in terms of the establishment and operation of territorial protected areas, including Taidene Nene, Tuniline Tuyera, and Deniga Wekahodi. And that is the purpose of this application.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. It's great that we're having the federal government fund these protected areas that are established through our legislation. But what happens, what's the term of this agreement, and what happens when that money runs out? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the funding does expire in 2023 under the current agreements. I have confirmed prior to this today with the Minister responsible for Environment and Natural Resources that his department is actively working to ensure that there is stable funding beyond 2023. So I can at least provide that assurance that that work is actively underway.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, that's great. At some point, though, this government has to start to make an investment in the conservation economy, just as it supports mining and other areas of our economy. This is something we're going to have to take on and not just rely on the feds to continue to fund. So is that something this government is prepared to do? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, given that approximately 81% of our total budget comes from the feds, it's a question of how we go about asking and seeking the money that we're receiving to provide the services that we are to the people of the Northwest Territories. And I'm confident that we will continue to engage in some active and creative partnerships with all partners so that we can continue to provide those kinds of services. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. All right. If there are no further comments, does committee agree to proceed to the Yellowknife North?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just looking at the $1,670,000 for increased costs associated with fire suppression, can the minister explain what that is in regards to?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it was there was an overage in terms of the costs of fighting fires in the last fiscal year. In particular, this arose towards the end of the fire season, and in particular in the North Slave region with fires that were started late and that all started roughly within the same period of time, which demanded a significant amount of resources that had to be marshaled in order to fight those fires. And so the supplementary appropriation is in response to that effort.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm looking at the revised main estimates, and it appears we've budgeted, a slight increase for forest management for fighting fires. But my understanding is it was a largely wet fire season, and a $1 million total supplementary appropriation for fighting fires is a low amount. Can the minister just give a bit of a better idea of what we can expect going forward in seeing supplemental appropriations for fires? Are we currently budgeting enough to fight fires on average year after year?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Two questions there, and with respect to the first, I'm fairly confident that I've used the need to do fire suppression as exactly the example of why we have supplementary appropriations, so I'm not going to be in a position to necessarily predict that. However, what I can say is that with respect to the forced growth submission, or the submission that's part of the mains, is meant to address the fact that we were providing for our air tanker fleet out of that fire suppression fund, and now we are going to be directing funds to air tankers in part of the main estimates, so that the fund that's directed to actually fighting the fires will go to fighting the fires, and so that is hoped to be a better way of utilizing those dollars so that they can be used in response to fires and not in response to tanker maintenance.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Member for... No more. All right. If there are no further comments, does committee agree to proceed to the detail contained in the table document? All right. So in your table document, page 6, 2019-2020 supplementary estimates number 4, operations expenditures, environment and natural resources, environment stewardship and climate change not previously authorized, $2,508,000. Does committee agree? Environment and natural resource, forest management not previously authorized, $1,670,000. Does committee agree? Environment and natural resource, total department not previously authorized, $4,178,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Now for general comments of the Department of Finance. Okay. If there are no further comments, does committee agree to proceed to the detail contained in the table document? Okay, page 7, 2019-2020 supplementary estimates number 4, operations expenditures, finance, Office of the Comptroller General, not previously authorized, $248,000. Does committee agree? Oh, okay, sorry. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So what resources are actually being transferred from the authority to Department of Finance? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it's a transfer of staffing positions. There's been no loss of positions, and there's been no movement from any of the communities. It's simply transferring staff who were otherwise or previously under different departments over to finance. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So, yeah, I understand that each of the Health and Social Services authorities had their own finance people, so they're all being moved into Department of Finance. How is that going to make them any more responsive to the needs of the NTHSSA when they're now not, or they're going to be part of Department of Finance? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The benefit of having these positions moved over to the Department of Finance is that now, rather than having 6 different financial systems all operating purportedly for the benefit of the NTHSSA, now all of those individuals who are specialized in finance can actually report under one structure, so that all the numbers can be coming in onto the one system, and better reporting and better data gathering can be had, which ultimately it is hoped will assist in terms of getting the NTHSSA's budgetary demands better under control, because we'll actually have a better sense of what in fact is happening in all the different regions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And yeah, I'm all for a coordinated, consistent financial tracking system where we might even be able to get at things like waiting times and so on. But why does it have to be under Department of Finance? Why can't it be under the NWT HSSA directly? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, these staff roles are performing a financial reporting function, and so from that perspective, it would make sense to have them in the same department as their other financial colleagues. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So maybe I just don't understand this. Are they using the same kind of financial reporting tracking system than there's the rest of GNWT, and that's why they all have to be in Department of Finance? I guess what's underlying this is that in the last Assembly, we saw a troubling trend of centralizing a lot more power and authority in the Department of Finance. We used to have a separate Department of Human Resources. Now it's in Finance. We have this shared corporate services stuff happening out of Finance. And I just haven't seen any evaluation any sort of statistics on how that is increasing efficiency, effectiveness. So taking these people away from jobs where they're not taking away their jobs, but transferring them into Department of Finance, how is this going to increase their efficiency and effectiveness? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, some of the transfers are obviously quite new. Certainly the fact that this is in the supplementary appropriation for last fiscal, this particular transfer is fairly new. I can say to the member that at this point, the impact on the NTHSSA, at least preliminarily, is positive. With respect to some of the bigger issues being raised, those may well be the subject of questions, more detailed questions, and we can address them on a case-by-case basis since there's a number of items within finance that are being raised. I can say that the ISSS service, which was also one of the more recently collected services, there are evaluations ongoing, and as those processes go forward, I will report back to the House and hopefully to confirm that the intended benefits to the GNWT have been realized. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I guess I'm a little bit skeptical of the benefits here, and I'm not going to get the answers I'm looking for here. But so that's a heads up to the Minister that I intend to pursue this as it rolls through. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of Finance.
I thank the member for the heads up. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. All right, so 2019-2020 supplementary estimate number 4, Operations Expenditures Finance Office of the Comptroller General not previously authorized, $248,000. Does committee agree? Finance Total Department not previously authorized, $248,000. Does committee agree? Now for general comments on the Department of Health and Social Services. I'm opening the floor to general comments. Okay. If there are no further comments, does committee agree to proceed to the detailed contained table document starting on page 8? Okay. 2019-2020 supplementary estimate number 4, Operations Expenditures, Health and Social Services, Administrative and Support Services not previously authorized, $2,713,000. Does committee agree? Oh. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just looking at the first line to provide funding for costs associated with the new pharmacy information system at Stanton Territorial Hospital. I'm wondering if this system speaks to other Northwest Territories hospital systems and works in conjunction with them or those found at community health centres. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, this is specific to Stanton Territorial Hospital, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So is it my understanding that my understanding would be the pharmacy information system is a computer system that allows us to do, and forgive me, I would probably need to ask you about this, not myself, but allows us to do prescriptions for patients and whatnot. So if a hospital in Inuvik prescribes something to a patient, does this system in Stanton allow us to see what information or what medications a resident from Inuvik who's been medevaced down is on or is taking? And so I'm just wondering if those systems speak to one another, or is this something that's going to have to be upgraded in our other hospitals down the road? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, if I think perhaps I'm going to attempt to answer the question. If not, I'll turn it over to my colleague. But if there's an outdated system currently in Hay River and in Inuvik. The system that's being upgraded in Stanton doesn't speak to the systems in Hay River and in Inuvik. There's ongoing work to upgrade the other two systems as well, but that is not part of the current supplementary appropriation that's before the House.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you. My question to the Minister is on the same item. I'm wondering why this item is in the supplementary estimates and it wasn't in the main budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, when the Stanton Territorial Hospital was initially being budgeted, this was considered O&M funding, and it was therefore not part of that capital funding. Since then, I believe the contract for this was signed, if I'm not mistaken, in June of 2019, and therefore it was a bit late in the process to be anywhere other than in a supplementary appropriation. There was no supplementary appropriations brought in the fall as a result of the election, and so we find ourselves here at this stage in order to fund the switchover in the pharmacy systems. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I heard the Minister's explanation, but I still don't understand why it wouldn't have been included in the budget for last year if they were just a couple of months away from signing a contract for this software. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It really was within a fairly close period. If I'm not mistaken, May would have been the cutoff for including in the May of 2018 would have been the cutoff for including in the previous fiscal year's business planning process, and the contract here was signed not till quite some time later, well, in June of this year. So it didn't make the cutoff in terms of being included. It has been included going forward, so it is part of the main estimates that are now before the House for 2021, and there'll not be another supplementary appropriation, obviously, for the pharmacy systems going forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if I understand correctly, the cutoff for items for the main estimates is in May for the following March. Is that correct? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, and part of the challenge here was the fact that there was the fall election, and that did disrupt the business cycle somewhat. It would otherwise have been able to find its way in later in the summer, but in this particular year, the business planning process was interrupted, and that impacted some of the items and some of the timing of the items.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, each time I get a little more confused. So you said the cutoff was May of 2018 for the 2019 budget. So I don't understand how the election has anything to do with that. Could you clarify that, please?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, Madam Chair, and I can realize I'm not being clear. So the O&M costs that were for 2019 and 20 would have had to have been included in May of 2018 for the 2019-20 business planning, and in this case, the contract wasn't until June of 2019. So it wouldn't have made its way into the 2019 business planning, and I think the point with the election is that any flexibility that there might have been in terms of a SUP would have been interrupted, but it wouldn't have made its way into the business planning process as far as I can understand under how that system would have been working at the time, or given the timing that it was under at the time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, I'd just make a comment based on what I understand here, and that is that we need to have almost a year's lead time to get something into the budget. My comment is that I realize the government works slowly. I've been here long enough now to understand that. But I would really encourage the finance minister to look for ways to make budgeting more responsive to events as they unfold. I mean, okay, so this couldn't reasonably have been foreseen, but then later on we're going to talk about all the utilities for the hospital. So there seems to be a different threshold between what is urgent and what isn't, and there seems to be a lot of leeway in what has to come through the regular business cycle and what just gets put in at the last minute because it's considered urgent. So if she can rationalize this system so that we can better understand it, I think that would be very helpful. That's everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, first of all, I'm sorry I was getting the dates wrong in my head initially. I appreciate that the member had me clarify that. And I am sympathetic to the challenges in terms of the length that it takes to prepare the full year's estimates. It is a full year process. And I certainly have been making an effort in just the last couple of months to explain that full year process as much as possible to the House and in the public. I'll continue to make that effort because to a certain degree, in order to go through a business planning process, it is going to be starting this spring for the 21-22 year. So it does happen several months in advance, 6 or more months in advance. It doesn't make it necessarily very responsive, but there are ways throughout that process before they're finalized to impact on what is actually in the business plans and impact what is ultimately in the main estimates right up until certainly at least till the end of the calendar year. So a better understanding of that by the public, better understanding of it by all the members will hopefully be helpful. And as far as making it more responsive more generally, the ability to see the business planning over 4 years should also hopefully make it more responsive to things that are on the horizon in the near future, even if not necessarily in the few months. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I didn't know I had my hand up, but I'm happy to get in the queue. A couple of questions, if I can. I want to go back to the pharmacy information system at Stanton. So if Stanton goes ahead and the changes are not made in Hay River and Inuvik, how compatible are all those systems going to be, and will patients still be able to get properly prescribed medications if they are moving back and forth between these different hospitals? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, there is still the online record-keeping systems within the Health Authority or within Health, so I would suggest that there's no doubt that patient care will still be maintained overall. Patient care is going to be a priority, and again, records of the patients are still kept electronically. The ability of the pharmacy systems to speak to one another, I mean, I'm not sure that that's even necessarily the intent of the changeover in the system or the technical system. It's really a matter of managing it, at least within those various entities. The Department of Health is actively working to develop a proposal. I believe it's within the next fiscal year. I may be incorrect, but I think it's within the next fiscal year. There is a proposal coming forward to the business planning process to see that the other two hospitals are also on the same system.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Okay, I can accept most of what the Minister has said. I'm still worried if you have 2 different or 3 different pharmacy systems at 3 different hospitals. That's probably going to lead to some problems at some point. I want to go down the page, though, to the $350,000 to provide funding for costs associated with maintaining temporary operations at the old hospital in Hay River. Can someone explain what that's all about? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, Madam Chair. The member indicated 350,000. Is that 338,000? Is this the item, Madam Chair? Madam Chair, my apologies. I had my binder covering the line item, but I see it now at $350,000. Yes. So, Madam Chair, there is this is to support the fact that there needs to be work done to house the non-health services, social services, public health, environmental health, community counseling. Those services are not within the new health centre. They were in the old facility, and there's some work that needs to be done in terms of maintaining that facility. And so there is currently the $350,000 is there to support some positions for housekeeping, ongoing engineering, and work to be done in terms of roof leaks at that old facility where those particular services are being housed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So can someone tell me when the old hospital is scheduled for demolition? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, I'm not sure about a demolition date. I can say that construction of a new facility is scheduled for this spring with completion within the next 12 months thereafter, anticipated. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I'm just kind of concerned about spending money on an old facility that's going to go out of service. Was there not some other, I don't live in Hay River, but I'm just wondering if there's any other space. Did they test the market to see if there's any other space where these services could be provided out of, rather than fixing up an old building? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, some program analysis was done in an attempt to try to locate alternative spaces in Hay River in the belief that this would help provide some more diversity in terms of the infrastructure investment that was being made in the community. And that was the initial intent, although ultimately it was decided that simply the leased space that was anticipated ultimately wasn't proving to be appropriate or fit to the purposes for which it was intended. And as a result, an RFP was issued in order to provide for a new facility for these other health services. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Okay, thanks, Madam Chair. So I just want to go up to another item here about the Hay River Health and Social Services Authority. I believe this is a top-up of the pension fund for employees there. It's $1.2 million. Is that what this is all about? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, the $1.2 million is for the collective agreement that was signed between Hay River Health and Social Services Authority and Public Service increased costs as a result of for that. The pension-related matters is $338,000 in order to provide the incremental costs associated with the pension for those employees, since they are not part of the benefit plan for other GNWT employees. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, sorry, I had the wrong line item here myself. So do we have a plan to actually bring these people into the public service, the GNWT public service? Like, I've been here now, this is my 5th year. This is going to continue to grow. You know, have the employees ever been approached or asked to increase their payments? Like, how are we going to deal with this over the longer term? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair. So since 2007, there have been consistently some amounts paid out to support the employees in the Hay River Health and Social Services Authority. However, even in that now well over 10-year period, the total amount paid out is only just over $5 million, whereas the current amount estimated to pay out entirely would be $17 million. So that's doesn't answer the second part about whether we've gone out to those individuals, but as far as dollar for dollar, there is not an impetus from the Department of Finance to buy them out and to bring them on in that regard. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just continuing on that line of questioning, it appears they're not making the pension fund isn't funding itself. I understand if they were going to join our public service, we'd essentially have to buy out a number of pensions, that $17 million figure you just quoted. Is there any intention in the next round of a collective bargaining with the Hay River Health and Social Services Authority to bring some members in? Is there a way of essentially keeping the old ones and grandfathering those pensions and bringing new ones in? Is that a possible? I'm trying to understand the problem of the cost to bringing them in.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, because the employees of the Hay River Health and Social Services Authority are not employees of the GNWT as a collective, they're not eligible for inclusion in the GNWT's pension plan. And so that's at the same time, they are providing, the Health and Social Services Authority obviously is related, and we do support, the GNWT ultimately is the source of the funding, and so we're paying in to support their pension. I'm not sure that that's a matter that I can speak to in terms of collective bargaining and what may or may not come forward from those employees. I can certainly explain to the member only why we're having to pay that out, and that is indeed to ensure that they have their pension supported. He's quite correct there. It is otherwise not funding itself sufficiently. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you. Can I just get an explanation of, so if we were going to bring them into the GNWT, it would cost us $17 million. What is the reason for that they are making less, or is that we would have to give them a better pension? What makes up that $17 million figure? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of Finance.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. It is simply that the pension fund for those employees is not making enough money, and so it has to get topped up, and that's due in part to federal regulations around, the federal regulations that monitor what the comfort level is on a pension, and so we have to continue to pay in to bring it up to a certain level to ensure that it is stable and reliably available for the employees who may be drawing from it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to go back to the temporary operations there in the $350,000. And I think that was mainly for the roof repairs. But I'm wondering if has the department looked to see if there was additional costs that would be incurred in maintaining that building? Any major costs over the next year or 2 years until the new one is built? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I don't have any information as to whether any other costs were or specific issues are being anticipated at this point. I can say again that there is an RFP that was issued, and that ultimately it was determined that that would be the better cost value, and the better approach longer term would in fact be to build a new building. So I anticipate or expect that decision does take into consideration the impacts of the old building and whether or not the old building could be renovated. If the member would like more information about what efforts were made with the old building, I'm fairly confident that we can provide that to him. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, it's office space in Hay River is limited, and probably the cost of temporary office space moving would exceed that 350 by quite a bit. So That's probably the right choice to make. I just want to go to the back to the health authority and bring them in with the GNWT. There's been talk about that, I guess, and the costs associated with it. But I guess at the end of the day, it's up to the. I'm just expecting that there'd have to be discussions to make sure that they actually want to come into the with the GNWT. So I guess more of a comment than anything. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Hay River South. I'll take it as a comment. All right. Do we have any other comments? So 2019-2020 supplementary estimates number 4, operation expenditures, health and social services, administrative and support service not previously authorized, $2,713,000. Does committee agree? So health and social services, ambulatory care, services not previously authorized, $18,485,000. Does committee agree? Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I'm happy to see that a lot of these line items don't have a net effect on government operations because of they're fully offset. But I'm wondering on the last line, to provide funding for costs associated with expenditures for services received by NWT residents from physicians outside the Northwest Territories. Does that include people with disabilities residing in permanent care outside of the NWT? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member for Cam Lake. Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, I'm not certain. I believe that it does. Madam Chair, I'm not sure if the Minister of Health has that information at her fingertips as to whether or not funding for out-of-territory individuals under this supplementary appropriation includes individuals with disabilities who may be residing permanently outside of the territory. Yes, Madam Chair.
Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, thank you. Yes, sorry, and I'm sorry for the awkward back and forth there, but yes, this does include individuals who are with disabilities residing from the Northwest Territories but having to reside elsewhere in order to receive their treatments or services.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Does this number also include residents who travel for medical travel down to, say, Edmonton for appointments with physicians down in Alberta that aren't necessarily permanently residing outside of the territory? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Cam Lake. Minister of Finance.
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Does the Minister of Finance, or is the Minister of Finance currently in conversation with the Minister of Health and Social Services to find out how they can reduce the number of potentially unnecessary medical travel costs to see Southern physicians so that we can make sure that we don't continue to have really high SUPs for physician appointments outside the territory? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Cam Lake. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Madam Chair, the Management Board Secretariat is actually currently working with the Department of Health and Social Services and the Northwest Territories Health Authority in order to assess the factors and the impact on the costs and that are leading to overages. This is right now an internal review. It's an internal effort, but the intention is, in fact, to do exactly as the member is requesting, which is to determine whether or not there's not a more efficient way to deliver the services, to identify which areas might be ones that could be managed more effectively. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would the Minister of Finance or the Minister of Health and Social Services be prepared to provide a breakdown of this $2.4 million figure to show what quantity of that is going to people with disabilities residing in permanent care outside of the Northwest Territories? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister of Finance.
Yes, Madam Chair, we can provide that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tunaday-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just looking at the line item here, that's just north of $12 million. And I'm curious to know if these monies will be allocated for costs associated with expenditure services received by NWT residents in hospitals outside the territory. So does that mean it's U.S. and abroad as well? Is that what do we pay to other jurisdictions outside of the country?
Thank you, Member for Tunaday-Willowday. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is for Canada only, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tunaday-Willowday.
Is there any sort of travel costs in this number as well?
Thank you, Member for Tunaday-Willowday. Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, no, this is exclusively for the hospital fees and physician fees, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tunaday-Willowday.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I will go back to, okay, so Health and Social Services, ambulatory care services not previously authorized, or no, yeah, $18,485,000. Does committee agree? Health and Social Services community health programs not previously authorized, $10,176,000. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just looking at the last line to provide funding for incremental costs associated with long-term care services provided by Avens, and I'm wondering, this number of $344,000, is that something that we're going to see now in the main estimates, given that we have an aging population, so that we will provide continued care to Avens Seniors Home? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister of Finance.
But this is up for 1920.
That's all right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, Madam Chair, this is as a result of the collective agreement increases that were concluded in the 2019-20 year, and it has since been built into 2021. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Any other comments on that? So Health and Social Services community health programs not previously authorized, $10,176,000. Does committee agree? Health and Social Services community social programs not previously authorized, $341,000. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can the Minister of Finance confirm how much the total legal costs in Child and Family Services are?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, just one moment, Madam Chair. The expenditures for Child and Family Services legal services right now for 2019 are projected at $711,000.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So they're projected at 711,000. We have 340 here. We seem to have doubled our what we're spending on legal costs in Child and Family Services. Can the Minister provide some explanation of why that occurred?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the department's explanations for this were largely relating to the fact that there has been changes to the Child and Family Services Act in 2016, and there's been some slow growth in the area in terms of its impact on the legal services required. The department is of the view that there have been increases in permanent custody hearings, increases in the number of youth eligible as a result of changes in the Act, and a increase in the number of custom adoption services, and that it's the department's belief that this may be what's driving some of the increase in those costs, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can the Minister of Finance confirm whether the department feels they are adequately funded going forward for considering that there's been an increase of legal costs at Pierce since 2016, according to them. Is that budgeted in our main estimates?
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this is not reflected right now in the 2021 mains, and so as to whether or not they think they're adequately funded, there was not an application made for growth in this particular item in the budget for the Child and Family Services. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. So if there's no further comments, I'm going to go back. Health and Social Services. Community social programs not previously authorized, $341,000. Does committee agree? Health and Social Services supplementary health programs not previously authorized, $2,067,000. Does committee agree? Health and Social Services total department not previously authorized, $33,782,000. Does committee agree? Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to go back to supplementary health programs. The briefing material indicates that the budget for 2019-20 is more than it is for the year. No. Can the minister talk about what the total amount of the budget is for extended health benefits in health and social services? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For 2019-20, the extended health benefits program has a total of $13.85 million. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so the total shortfall for the year is $374,000. Is that correct? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Finance.
No, actually. Right. That's the remaining. That's after they've adjusted. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the total shortfall is $772,000. There has been some ability to reallocate internally, and that is what has brought the supplementary appropriation number down to being $374,000. But the actual total shortfall is $772,000. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
That's everything. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so Health and Social Services total department not previously authorized, $33,782,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Now for general comments on the Department of Industry, Tourism, Investment. If there are no further comments, does committee agree to proceed to the detail contained in the table document? Agreed. Page 11, 2019-2020 supplementary estimates number 4, operations expenditures, industry, tourism, mineral and petroleum resources not previously authorized, $200,000. Does committee agree? Industry, tourism, investment, total department not previously authorized, $200,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Now for general comments on the Department of Infrastructure. If there are no further comments, does committee agree to proceed to detail contained in the table document? 2019-2020 supplementary estimates number 4, operation expenditures, infrastructure, asset management not previously authorized, $374,000. Does committee agree? Yeah, okay. Okay, infrastructure, corporate management, not previously authorized, $36,000. Does committee agree? Infrastructure, regional operations, programs and services, not previously authorized, $392,000. Does committee agree? All right. Where am I here? Sorry. Infrastructure, regional operations, not previously authorized, $2,705,000. Does committee agree? Infrastructure, total department, not previously authorized, $3,507,000. Does committee agree? Oh, where? Oh, where? Oh, sorry. Miss Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to go to the section that says that part of this SUP is $2.7 million for utility costs at Stanton Hospital. Could the minister give us some detail on which utilities and what period of time and so on? Thank you.
Which one is that? Oh, sorry. Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, there are electricity costs, propane costs, biomass, fuel oil, and also water, garbage fees, and city services. The total cost for electricity, Madam Chair, is $1.833 million. The cost of propane is $333,000, biomass $366,000, fuel oil just shy of $17,000, water $123,000. And Madam Chair, I'm happy to provide this to the member so that she can have the exact numbers, or to committee, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance, Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you for that detail to the minister. And so what period of time do these costs cover? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Finance.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this is actual costs from April 2019 through to December of 2019, as well as estimates for January through till the end of March.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you. It'll certainly be interesting to see what it is on an annual basis. Can the Finance Minister shed any light on why the cost of utilities was not up to the landlord rather than up to the tenant? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, in the Stanton Territorial P3 agreement determined the payment of responsibility for payment of utilities, and by doing it in the current way and having the GNWT pay the utility costs directly, it eliminates the need for any administration fees being paid to the P3 partner. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Member for Cam Lake. No, I was just getting her attention. All right. So I'll go back to infrastructure, regional operations not previously authorized, $2,705,000. Does committee agree? Okay. Infrastructure total department not previously authorized, $3,577,000. Does committee agree? All right, thank you. Now for general comments on the Department of Justice. Any comments? If there are no further comments, Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to see this $100,000 for training for restorative justice, and I'm even happier to see it's completely offset by Justice Canada. However, this is one-time funding for, restorative justice, I believe, is very underfunded in our territory. Is there any current applications into this same pool of funding to get more money?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I will have to get back to the member, to the House or to the committee on this. I don't know, although I am confident that the Department of Justice will be continuing to seek out funding for restorative justice. It remains a priority for the Department of Justice, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you. In addition to when the minister gets back to committee, if it could also be included, any further efforts to access money from the Canada's Gun Gang and Violence Action Fund. I'm happy to see this money, but I'd like to see more of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The gun and gang strategy is a longer-term commitment from the federal government, but I will confirm for the committee whether or not there's any additional applications that are in the pipelines coming down. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North. If there are no further comments, does committee agree to proceed to the detail contained in the table document? Agreed? Page 14, 2019-2020 Supplementary Estimates Number 4, Operation Expenditures Justice, Community Justice and Policing, not previously authorized, $337,000. Does committee agree? Okay. Justice Legal Aid Service, not previously authorized, $163,000. Does committee agree? Justice Total Department, not previously authorized, $500,000. Does committee agree? Okay, thank you. General comments on the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs. Any comments? If there are no further comments, does committee agree to proceed to detail contained in the table document? Page 15. 2019-2020 Supplementary Estimates Number 4, Operations Expenditures, Municipal and Community Affairs, Regional Operations, not previously authorized, $199,000. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just always slightly confused when we see these implementation funding appear in all sorts of different departments. Can I just clarify if somewhere else in our budget, the financing agreement with Delaney for their self-government agreement, is this $199,000 coming from the federal government, or is this our money?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a GNWT, the GNWT's portion required to contribute under the self-government agreement. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is this the total of what we provide under Delaney's self-government agreement? Does it all flow through MACA?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All the funding for under the retailers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to the Minister for that answer. Can the Minister just remind us how much revenue we get from lottery ticket sales? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Finance.
Just from memory, it's
Madam Chair, my best estimate at this point is between $8 and $8.5 million. I will confirm to the committee the exact number year over year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the Finance Minister for that answer. Given the size of revenue that comes in from this, it seems pretty significant when the operation is offline and the revenue is not coming in. So is there, who's tasked with the oversight of this and the troubleshooting when there is trouble? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this fund is administered through the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs, and there is work underway, as I understand at the moment, within that department in order to ensure that the funds available to it for this purpose are adequate, I guess that is the answer. Sorry, Madam Chair, that the work is being done right now through MACA to ensure that the funding is adequate in order to support all of the sports programs that are funded under this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the Minister for that answer. The Minister wasn't definitive about whether the problems that caused the 4 highest grossing retailers to go offline were fixed. Could she commit to discovering that? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Finance.
Yes, Madam Chair, we will look into that and provide a response to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nothing further.
I'm just going to go back then to 2019-2020 supplementary estimates. Number 4, operation expenditures, municipal and community affairs, regional operations. Not previously authorized, 199,000. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I want to go back to the multi-sport games. In the last assembly, this money was cut out of the budget for MACA due to the sort of fiscal strategy that the last cabinet adopted of cutting programs and services. So now it's popping up in a supplementary appropriation, and my good friend from Nahende was one of the biggest advocates for this, sitting next to me in the House in the last assembly. So I'm trying to understand why it's cropping up here in a sup now. Look, I think we do want to support our youth in becoming more active and participating in multi-sport games. But I'm trying to, is this going to be an ongoing appropriation in the next, in the main estimates for the next year? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Member for Frame Lake, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, at this time, MACA is anticipating that the trend will even itself out and that this fund will ultimately balance out and that there will not be a continuous need for supplementary appropriations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I sincerely hope that's the case as well. But we heard from MACA last time, or in the last assembly, that they would sort of try to scrape together bits of money by the end of the fiscal year, unspent money here and there, and try to make this up. So, yeah, I guess I'm hoping that there's a little bit more robust plan to ensure that we can continue to support youth in sport than if we got terminals offline. And the whole idea of bringing this in-house was to make it more effective, more efficient, and it doesn't sound like that's happening. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm conscious of the concerns being raised by the member, and in line and in keeping with the theme of the fiscal planning going forward, I would suggest that there will be a more robust plan to support sports and to identify how sporting will be contributed to and funded going forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Can we get a commitment out of the Minister to share that more robust plan with the, I guess it'd be the Standing Committee on Government Operations. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of Finance.
Yes, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, at this point, again, this supplementary appropriation is really, it's only before the House now. So the need for this additional funding has only just been identified. It's going to take some time, but when there is something on paper, I will commit to bringing it back to the relevant committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. All right, so no further comments. I'm going to go back to 2019-2020 supplementary estimate number 4, operations expenditures, municipal and community affairs, regional operations not previously authorized, $199,000. Does committee agree? Municipal and community affairs, sports, recreation and youth not previously authorized, $650,000. Does committee agree? Municipal and community affairs total department, $849,000. Does not previously authorized. Does committee agree? All right. Thank you, committee. Do you agree that we have concluded consideration of table document number 17-19 brackets 2 supplementary estimate operation expenditures number 4 2019-2020? Thank you, Minister, and thank you to the witnesses for appearing before us. Sergeant at Arms, you may escort the witnesses from the chamber. That this concludes consideration of table document 17-19 bracket 2. Mr. Norn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that consideration of table document 17-19 bracket 2, supplementary estimates, operations expenditures number 4, 2019 to 2020 now be concluded, and that table document 17-19 bracket 2 be reported and recommended as ready for further consideration of formal session through the form of an appropriation bill. Madam Chair.
Thank you, member for Trinidad-Willowday. The motion is being distributed. Does everybody have? The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is carried. Table document 17-19-2 will be reported as ready for consideration in formal session through the form of an appropriation bill. All right. Okay. So committee, we have agreed to consider table document 12-19 brackets 2 2019-2023 mandate of the government, the Northwest Territories, and we will return to page 21. Will the Premier, does the Premier have any comments or?
Witness. Or witness.
Sergeant at Arms, will you escort the witness in? All right. Okay, so we were, all right, we will move on to, I guess we are on reduce the cost of power and increase the use of alternate and renewable energy. Are there any further questions? Yeah. No, so if there's no further questions, I'm just going to remind the members that we're going to do one round per priority, so you have 10 minutes. Use them wisely. All right, so the next, ensure government procurement and contracting maximize benefit to residents and businesses. Questions? All right. Well, see. Oh. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just looking at the what we will do, said this year strengthen the GNOT procurement policies and practices, and it mentions our BIP policy P3 and NMPP. I'm just wondering if what our government's going to do, or what the Premier is going to do to include small businesses and consultation to move this forward. What's your Madam Chair?
Thank you, Member for Trinidad-Willowday. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So within this item action, what we will do is, again, I've given notice for all the ministers to engage all stakeholders. In this case, because it's a business that we're looking for, because it's the business insensitive policy, Northern Manufacturers, we will be engaging with the Chamber of Commerce, both Chambers of Commerce in this item. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Oh, good. Yeah, I wasn't too sure, but I caught that last little bit, and that's good. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you. I wonder if this wouldn't be an area where a business panel is created to identify best practices rather than having government do the engagement with business to come up with the best practices. It seems like a more efficient and robust way of getting the information. Is the Premier open to doing it that way? Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife Centre. Madam Premier.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we are open to the member's suggestion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the openness to that. I think that businesses working together without government to facilitate and potentially slow them down would produce some really good results. I appreciate the work that the prior Committee on Economic Development and the Environment did, but I think this is an area where turning it over to business to sort out and come back with recommendations would be very useful. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Minister of Infrastructure? ITI? I'm not sure which one on this one. Will answer the question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Minister for Infrastructure.
Thank you. Yes, the plan was always to engage and have that feedback from businesses. As I've been meeting with industry, I've been asking them to clearly reach out and provide the feedback. Perhaps it hasn't been written out in sort of a formalized, we're going to create this panel, but 100% the intent is to have business input on all of the review of the procurement policy and procedures, and they're more than willing to give me that input. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Madam Premier, did you have anything else? Okay, Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you. I'm actually looking for something a little different. What I'm looking for is a panel of people who do business who will hold the pen and come up with the best practices recommendation. So I'm wondering if the Premier or the Minister can commit to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So We welcome all of the input from businesses. We are more than open to actually having businesses sit together and look at it, but we need to work in partnership on this. This is a GNWT policy, so we would like to actually be part of the table instead of just letting it go freehand. So we're open, but we want to be part of the discussion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can appreciate that letting go can be very scary, but I really feel that if there was a panel that was tasked with coming up with best practices, that would in fact produce very good results. I find that having the GNWT at the table, and I'm reflecting on my own experience of co-drafting type situations, is that they tend to be a boat anchor of barriers, slowdowns, and different kinds of opposition to what's going on, where there might be more free thinking if the businesses were able to work on this on their own. All they could do is come up with recommendations. It would be up to the government to decide whether those recommendations fitted their procurement policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister for Infrastructure.
I completely agree with the member. Maybe perhaps I was misunderstanding what you were saying before. Yes, I would 100% commit to having the business community develop their own comments and thoughts outside of the GNWT influence. I think that's where you're trying to get at. The only caution I have with, like, if we establish a panel is the business community is going to want to get paid, and they're going to want to do this as a consulting thing. So I completely appreciate and we'll take that into consideration. I also just want to point out that I come from, but I will be providing an oversight and not allowing that sort of, how do I diplomatically say this, but not allowing the idea of not being able to change. I'm pushing a change mandate on my department. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and I want to thank my colleague from Yellowknife Centre raising the recommendation from Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment that I sat on in the last Assembly. The idea was to have an ongoing advisory committee panel, whatever you want to call it, so it's not just a one-time deal. That's not exactly engagement. It's an ongoing function. We had a minister in the last Assembly who wasn't even prepared to admit that there was a problem. Despite numerous emails to individual MLAs and raising it in the House, he wouldn't even admit that there was a problem. So I hope that you're going to adopt an ongoing approach to continual improvement that involves small business. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You have a commitment from the Cabinet or from the Minister and myself that we will engage with small businesses. We're open to having a panel, or they can write whatever they want. However, we're not committing if there's a cost to it. So ongoing feedback from the business community, ongoing feedback from all stakeholders is what we're asking for this government to do. So that is something that is an easy yes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think we're starting to get somewhere, and I just want the Minister and the Premier then to look at that report from the Standing Committee in the last Assembly. I want to move on to one other area, though. Earlier today, the Minister for Infrastructure made this statement about the Cleachua All-Season Road, and there was, quite frankly, some shocking statistics in here about northern employment, that, less than half the workers on the Cleachua All-Season Road are Northwest Territories residents, and only 40% of the business contracts are going to northern businesses. That's quite shocking. This is a project that we are managing, we are paying for, and that's the best we can do. I'd understood in the last Assembly that the minister had said there were going to be northern employment requirements and contracting requirements built into the P3. And this is the best we can do? I'm shocked, quite frankly. The member for Montfleury has raised this as well. And that's not even listed in here anywhere on this page, that when we're spending money on big projects, we have to build in northern requirements with penalties into the contracts or the P3 arrangements. That's a way of securing northern benefits. It's not even mentioned in here. So I guess I'm seeking a commitment from the Premier that that's something we're going to pursue. It's our money. We should be making sure that Northerners benefit from these big projects. Is that something that is going to be worked on in this Assembly? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Absolutely, this government is not the last government. So I won't stand here and say what the previous Minister for Infrastructure made commitments to. However, I will state that this government is committed to reviewing the procurement processes, all of our BIP process, all of the policies around it, and we also have, as I stated before, the cabinet value that says northern jobs, northern contractors. We will stand behind that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, and we have to make sure that this is going to include training and apprenticeships as well. This was something that the Federation of Labour in the last Assembly, past President, raised with the regular MLAs, and I think she even approached some members of Cabinet about this. So, you know, these big projects are opportunities for us to build in training and apprenticeship requirements as well. I just don't see any, I don't know if that was done on the Twilio All Season Road or whether we do this. It certainly didn't happen with Stanton, because I'm playing hockey with guys who are being flown up from Ontario to work at that project. That was ridiculous, without any northern requirements for training and apprenticeships. So how are we going to change that on the big projects moving forward? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My understanding is the Clecho government actually were part of the negotiations on this P3 contract, so they were involved in it. I do want to make a clarification that our commitment is to trying to get jobs for northern residents, contracts for northern businesses. However, there are certain things, areas of specialization, perhaps in the Stanton Hospital, that could have been argued. That's what I heard on the floor in the last Assembly. So there would be areas of specialization, or if we can't get it, that we would have to go south. But that is not what we are trying to do. We are trying to keep the money in the north. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So, yeah, this is something I'm going to be looking for in our spending moving forward, the contracting that we do, procurement policy. And it's kind of the performance, comes back to some of the performance measurements or indicators that the Minister of Finance has talked about as well. If we're going to be spending money, we've got to make sure that Northerners are going to benefit from it. And that, I'm going to be watching for this, and the results from the Twilio All Season Road, those are shocking, and that's not what we should be here trying to do. I'll just leave it at that. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The other thing is, I know that the member brought up about training and apprenticeship. It's something that's been on my mind as well, and I'm sure other cabinet members. So when those policies are reviewed, we will be looking at it. I will make a commitment, though, on behalf of my minister, that before we complete this work, that she will share it with Standing Committee for feedback from regular members, because we also made a commitment to work better with regular members. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just not sure where to start here. I guess I've seen the ups and I've seen the downs, being in business most of my life. And panel is fine, I guess. I've never really had much to do with panels, but yeah, they might work. What I would suggest is that, and what I want to start off with the Minister of ITI is to have her come to Hay River, and which she agreed to, and actually meet face to face with people, because that's what it's about. You got to hear it from the business person and the workers and things like that. When it's second, third hand, it just doesn't work. So I would encourage, if we're going to spend money, I'd rather see this government do that. Like, go out and talk to people. Like a commitment. And I think that I've already got that commitment that the Department of ITI will be doing that, and Department of Infrastructure, because it really impacts the communities. So as long as she agrees to that, I'm happy on that one. Thank you.
Yellowknife, or Hay River, sorry, Hay River South. Madam Premier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do believe that was put out there yesterday or the other day when we were looking at the mandate, and I do believe that the member already got a commitment from the minister that she was going to go to Hay River. So I will say it again. Yes, she will go. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Over the years, we see southern contractors come in here, and we always think they're going to, that they're going to, hire local people. They're going to, that there's promises that they're going to use local businesses, and then year after year, we wonder why that hasn't happened. We still haven't learned yet. So I think it's important that, that we really look at making sure that our contractors are working first and our people are working first. And if our contractors need help, then they can slowly bring in the people they need if we don't have them here. And if we have to do that, like I said yesterday, through negotiated contracts or whatever we have to use, we've got the tools here. We've got everything we need. We just have to start using them and not fighting about it. So I guess I would ask the Premier to make a commitment that we will look at those tools that we have and see the benefit that they'll bring in this economy, because right now the economy is in the dump, and the only way that we're going to make sure our people are working is that we do it ourselves, and we can't count on southern contractors to do it for us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will make the commitment, yes, that we will look at the tools that we currently have to ensure that northern contracts go to northern businesses as a priority. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is getting to be too easy. The other area is the BIP. The BIP is good. It's a good program. It helps northern businesses. However, we got to make sure that the bureaucrats that look after it actually make sure it's working properly, and we have to monitor it. We don't monitor it, and that's a big problem. And and we don't have to change anything to do that. We don't have to go out there and talk to people. There's there's policies in place. All we have to do is do the work. So again, I would ask that the Premier or the Minister of ITI to direct the department to to come forward, and if there's a reason why they haven't been doing it and why they can't do it, if it's more people they need, then let's look at that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been hearing I'm too easy, so I would like the Minister of ITI to answer that reply. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Minister for ITI.
So thank you, Madam Chair. I recognize that there is a need to overhaul a lot of the policies and the procurement processes that are being used currently. As I've stated before, I'm in my sort of collection mode, and I think you can ask most of the business community that I'm not turning down meetings with them. I'm meeting with them, and I'm meeting with industry, et cetera, to get that feedback to ensure that when I make the changes, I'm making the right ones. And that's where I'm sort of, and I mean, we're quite busy right now with session, et cetera. So what we have going on is the BIP review. We have the other policy reviews. I'm going to look at the information that is provided by my department, and then I'm going to put my private consultant hat on and look at it from a realistic standpoint of somebody trying to bid or get into these policies or use these programs. So while there potentially it's going to be a little bit of a struggle to get these things moved along and the procurement process cleaned up and the checks and balances in place that need to be there, I just ask the members' patience with me that it's going to take a bit of time to do so. There will be, one of the reasons that I did run was my own frustrations with procurement and BIP and watching companies come in and buy projects and nobody checked the change orders, which is also about education to project officers or project managers within the client departments as well, what they need to be looking for so that they're a little bit more savvy in recognizing that a contractor or such may be actually trying to buy the work. So there's an educational piece within the department, both departments, because they both have a piece here, in educating the workers to understand and recognize when this situation is happening. But the checks and balances are missing. I agree. I saw it myself. And all I can say is I'm committed to making those changes, and I know if I don't, you're going to be standing up for the next 4 years and asking me about it. So that's my commitment. I commit to you to making those changes. And also, I just wanted to point out that maybe while not normally formalizing a big panel, which is always hard, and like you said, you're not a panel person, one of the things I really want to do is engage groups that are already set up and running themselves, who have an interest in a certain area. So that would be the chambers, like the Premier said, but there's also the Association of Consulting Engineers, Engineering Companies, that we are now they were regularly meeting with procurement. I don't know if that's fallen off since I'm not their president anymore. However, that's one group that I would be engaging. I'd be engaging NAPEG, which is the professional association, the Architects Association, the Construction Association. So to me, it seems to be a better way to go about it is to go to these groups that are already formed and set up and have a mandate for what they want to see happen and get their feedback, an unbiased feedback from without the department's influence. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With all due respect, I'm not about to wait, so I need it done right away. Anyways, the other thing is, with respect to, like, for small businesses, we seem to cater, we'll tend to cater to the bigger businesses, and it's the smaller ones that need to bid on contracts. And a lot of the contracts that come out are fairly large, and because of personality sometime or whatever, you know, some smaller contractors might not get to work. And what I'd like to see, and I think we used to do that, is to break some of the stuff out, some of the contracts up a bit, so that the smaller portions, some of the small contractors can bid on themselves as well. So I'd like the Department of Infrastructure to look at that as well and make a commitment that over the next year we'll have something in place. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South, Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We discussed this when we were talking in Cabinet about the Cabinet Principle, contracts for businesses in the North, jobs for people in the North, so it was already discussed at the Cabinet table. We are committing to looking at if there's ways that we can actually break up contracts so that more northern businesses can take advantage. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. I will move on to member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I sometimes think that Rocky and I live in the same place because we have a lot of similarities between the people that we serve and the concerns that come up in our writings. So I'm going to try not to repeat what he has just said. But I think that these next 2 pages are some of the most important pages in our mandate document, simply because we heard yesterday from the Finance Minister that a lot of our revenue, a lot of our prime drivers, of our economy, are money that the government is putting into the economy. So if we are reliant on ourselves to fuel the Northwest Territories, then we need to make sure that the money from the Northwest Territories is going to northern businesses. So when we're looking at benefit retention and we're looking at procurement and contracting, this is where we keep the money in the Northwest Territories. So this is really important to sit down and talk about. I was really happy to hear the member from Yellowknife Centre talk about making sure that the best practices are put together by actual business owners, because with the best intentions, unless you're the ones using the policy, you really need people who on day-to-day are out there competing for contracts to be able to let you know what works and what doesn't work. So if we can really empower business owners and actually listen to them and make sure that we are 100% not wasting their time, because time is literally, quite literally money in that sense, then I think it's a great idea. But I would just urge the department to make sure that they're using business time wisely. The other thing is I'd like to mention, I would like it not just to be associations that we're approaching, because of the fact that we have small, medium businesses that operate without any type of affiliation with associations, especially out in Cam Lake, and I'm assuming Hay River as well, and a lot of our small communities. The other thing I'd like to mention is in regards to P3s, a lot of people that I've spoken to in my own riding in regards to our most recent P3s have really lost out, where we have gone to businesses and we have said, this project is too big of a scale for your operation. Well, lo and behold, we hired a southern company to do the work. Then that southern company turned around and hired our local company to do the work. And then our local company had to go and fight the southern companies to actually get paid, some of which have not been paid, and this is years down the road. So we're not only hurting northerners through our P3s, we're devastating northerners through our P3s, and that's not fair. So we really need to make sure that we are protecting northerners through our P3 projects, and that does not seem to be happening. As far as the one-stop shop for vendors online, the more time that people can spend in their businesses and the less time they can spend bidding on contracts, the better, because that opens them up to be able to do stuff like mentorships, to be able to further develop their projects, to be able to take people under their wings. So the more we can do to make the administrative burden of getting government contracts, the better. And the last thing that I'd like to just ask, I guess as a question instead of a whole series of comments, is are we willing to review all elements of the business incentive policy? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Cam Lake. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, when the member was talking, I was checking with the minister. We will be looking to get feedback from all businesses, all people interested in providing feedback on this BIP process, the review. Thank you for the comment on the one-stop shopping. Anything we can do to make things easier. I do recognize businesses are hurting. Not only are they busy, but everybody's feeling the pinch at this time, so we need to make things as easy as possible. And the last, what was her actual question now? What was the... Oh, yes, and the last, sorry, it was the one I didn't write down, it was the question. We are committed to reviewing the whole business incentive policy, not just a piece. The whole thing will be looked at in this term of the government. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that makes me really happy that we're willing to review all elements of the business incentive policy. So I'm just going to say it. Are we willing to talk about the grandfather clause? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Cam Lake. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll let the Minister of ITI speak to that.
Thank you, Minister for ITI.
So without knowing the legal ramifications of the grandfather clause, because I won't admit to being, I worked for a company that was grandfathered in, and it was ridiculous to me that they were considered to be BIP'd when they were 60,000 employees around the world, more people than in the entire Northwest Territories, and they were considered to be a BIP company. I don't know legally at this point what can be done about that, because I'm sure there's a whack of legal issues around it. Maybe Member Johnson can fill me in later. However, I can say once we start to open that door, these are large companies, so they're all going to say, wait a minute, and there are going to be legal challenges with that, I would assume. So I commit to the member that I will continue to have a offline or discussion with you about this as I get more information on what that would mean to open up that clause. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I'm happy to hear that we're willing to have the conversation, and I will happily sit down any time with the minister to discuss it. I'm sure Rocky will come with me, but I won't let it go. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, member for Cam Lake. There's no question. Okay, so we're going to take short recess and resume with the table document after our recess.